The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of Going Hard Kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, Going Hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of Going Hard Kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, Going Hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
Better know my head, but don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them pitbulls. See the proof and how to get from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it, be about it. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them pitbulls. See the proof and how to get from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it, be about it. Most wanted kennels in the spotlight, danger alert, come with the name. Super kennels competition, all built for the fame. Work kennels was the work and work, while Cherokee kept the game strong. Evolution built a bloodline, where the heart come from. These dogs ain't hype, they the truth in the pit. Every pedigree stamp, when them paws hit the street. Ain't no fairy tales, this that real y'all grit. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the pit bull script. Shout the brothers with the backbone thick. Veer brothers, color brothers, Bishop brothers legit. They don't talk about it, they be about it every day. Put the work in and y'all let the results say. Them boys on the rise, yeah the circle stay tight. Plow boys, wall boys, Havana boys in the fight. Different flags, same ground, same fire, same spit. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the litmus test.
Legend of doom, behind set tone. Locked tight, locked in, carved in stone. Church boys hold it with the pit bull gauge. Fruit colors on man, Sean B in the maze. Arsenal game deal, but your knife stay sharp. Only in America, walk 'em down, ram in the dark. DSK a metal high dog, pound by hard when they hit. Praise to the men who rock this shit.
Don't talk about it, be about it.
Yeah, they live it. Fat boy the legend, Bill Buster, real strong, Southern bulldog, keep the bloodline long. Latin force pressure, sniper don't miss. Shaded day, shaded with a killer instinct. Twist, super night power, unit whole rank. Boot camp, click hitting like a Sherman tank. Little fine with the vision. Tennessee dog pound, got their eyes on the pit. All legendary and little shit. Don't talk about it, be about it. Yeah, they built it brick by brick.
Talk about it, yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it, yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it,
Don't talk about it, be about it. Don't talk about it. That's the yard law, from the pups to the legends, everybody stand tall. Every name on this track got a story that's lit. Don't talk about it, be about it.
Every name on this track got a story that's lit.
Don't talk about it, be about it.
Call this some legendary pit bullshit, 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 pit bullshit.
Going hard kennels, yeah, we run this yard. Twin bosses mowing Mike every day, they go hard. Line stack heavy like a deck full of cars. From yellow Mayday 8s, they bred real stars. Welcome to the yard where the legends get raised, where the chain spots shine and the bloodlines praise. Grand champ King Kunta with that royal type stride. Red ruby in the pen, red hot worldwide. The brat in the cut, keep the hustle on track. Pretty mama got the look and the structure intact. L-Ride bring the heat, yellow bird bring the flame. Gus and 38 special certified in the game. What day in the ring, crowd love in the scene. Dogs moving like ghosts in the champion's dream. From yellow to buck, their foundation is tough. Yellow buck in the veins, yeah, the roots run rough. Mayday in the pedigree, ace in the spine. That old school fire still alive in the line. Twin brothers in command, pushing forward with pride. Going hard on the banner, let the whole world ride. Hard work in the yard, every sunrise earned. Legacy in the dirt, with every chain spot turn. No shortcuts, taking no champions bought. Just blood, sweat, time, and the lessons they taught. Going hard kennels, yeah, we run this yard. Twin bosses mowing Mike every day, they go hard. Line stack heavy like a deck full of cards. Yellow Mayday ace turning pups into stars. Sheriff Pal bought us in the game, stamp legit. Find him in tornadoes, pedigree, Hall of Fame, double grand champion. James Pogay, the formula showed how to build and sustain. Blueprints in the blood, yeah, the knowledge remain. T.O. our partner, Ohio Cash showed how to win. Turn losses into lessons, now it's trophies we spin. Mama, Triple M, deep south in the mix. Arsenal, Kennel, Stone City, solid foundations, no tricks. Hardcore, BLB up in the spec is 6.
Yes.
Tom, Tony Wade, Southern Kennels, real ones through time from Pro Set, Windy City, combined in place, low type, apex, pressure built for the chase, gotta eat boys, black ice, hunger sharp as a blade, third verse for the legacy, every debt fully paid. Yeah, I said third verse for the legacy, every debt fully paid.
Yeah. It's Mo and Mike in the house.
Going hard with the legends. paying homage, you know. Yo, Twins Mo and Mike, we running this game. Legends in the making, never gonna be the same. Kennels popping hard, these game dogs raised right. The brat, pretty mama, they shining so bright. LeMayday, what a day, they breathe the heat. Red Ruby L Rod, they can't accept defeat. With 38 special and yellow bird, we top tier champions, grand champions, ain't no fear.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Mayday bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching out some baby we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
KPTO, the modern Earl Tudor. Got in the pack, making moves like a tutor. APT, family thick, like legends in the game. Legend of them, Triple M. Shout out the name, Deep South, Roadblock. We upholding tradition. Mama, Southern Kennels, we got that ambition. Hardcore hitters, Stone City brings the fire. The Abrahams, the fam lifting us higher.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Mayday bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching out some baby we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk, be about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
Listen up, respect the hustle, respect the grind. Ben, Nate Dogg, putting in work intertwined. Keeping that legendary status alive, you feel? Don't hate on the ride, catch the bus, we keep it real. What's history without a future? We pay the way, Captain. We make it happen, that's the play. So here's to the champions, run the race, stand tall. Twins Mo and Mike, we gon' answer the call. Legends in the game, yeah, we holding it down. In the world of game dogs, we wearing the crown.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Mayday buck Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching out some maybe we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk, be about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
Shout out to Ohio Cash, the man with the plan, Rastaman Boom, Schoolboy, aka the. There's levels to this game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Rob, 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 rob.
Y'all know what time it is. You know what time it is. It's Hot Mic Friday. Yeah. Appreciate everybody for showing up. You know, we try not to be late, y'all, but you know what's up, what's up. Hey, man, let me get my shout-outs out the way right here. Big shout-out to my man. Ain't seen you in a while, but I know you're around, my man. Constant Trauma Kennels in the house. What up? Bam! Let me see what Constance said. I seen it earlier, Constance. I'm going to just run this with this. She said, we want all y'all questions and interviews, y'all. Yeah. Jump in there. Look, link will be out there. Ask all the questions you want. That's what makes it interesting. Big shout out to my man, longtime supporter, the one and only. Yes, he's here. Mr. David Morse in the house. What up, fam? My man, Sean and Rose in the man love as always. My man, Mr. Carlos Lee in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, longtime supporter, Having 360. What up, fam? Yo, my man. Game Dog University representing in the house. What up, fam? Game Dog, man, why don't you ever hit that link, bro? You set for good conversation, bro. This especially on this one right here. Especially on this one right here. My man, Bandit Baby. Hey, forgive me, Bandit. I see a B, but I think that's an 8482. I said BB. But Bandit, I'm going to just run it with the Bandit. What up, fam? Yo, my man, the insane honey badger in the house. What up, fam? Yo, big shout out to my man, Rico and big shout out to my man, Rick O. Sanders in the house. Y'all gotta forgive me, man. I'm sitting here smoking this damn, what they call this, runt, whatever the fuck. I am split. And I ain't got no glasses on. Y'all forgive me. I'm not trying to butcher up nothing. So I'm gonna just stop reading for a minute. I'm gonna get to do what I do, and that's talking. You know, we came out here tonight, actually not knowing what the hell we was gonna talk about. But in true reality, been listening and talking, dogs with each other all damn day. Because, I ain't gonna even lie to you. We pay attention, close attention to, our shows and people's responses. And it's not really for the amount of views and the likes. It's really about people actually wanting to come see and knowing as long as people are seeing, maybe some of them people are learning something from this. So out of 2,000 viewers, I'm hoping at least 500 really say, they learned something that they didn't know, or it confirms something that they already knew. But in some way, try to get something out of this to where you can relate to what you're doing and hopefully make your situation better. So that's when you're playing the numbers, you know what I'm saying? That's why we really don't have the time to be bullshitting and try to get straight to the point on things. It's a fact that, as far as dealing with dogs, everybody gonna take pride in what they doing. That's automatic, especially when you got it. It's on the yard, you're feeding it. It's already there. But separating Kennel Pride from reality is how I'm gonna start this conversation off. You notice when we be talking about bloodlines, Mo tried to stay strictly on champions, because I guess it's not a hard thing to relate to, because what he's trying to do is show you evidence of these things, and why certain dogs are, why can, there's so many dogs that pretty much everybody gonna have some type of association with when they're looking at these pedigrees. Okay, so when you start seeing the body of work, think about how they looking at their yards, like Gaston and Tanton, Strictly Business, Stone City, Southern Kennels. Think about when the lines of dogs that they created, right? You think them men wasn't dealing with reality? You think it was just a guess? If you really stop and think of the breedings and what, they put their name on, they all did it basically the same way, but with different dogs. Got different people doing different things with different dogs. Can't even say all the bloodlines were alike. But they found a way to do something and then be able to actually, to me, take full advantage of it and promote it. And, you know, like things that, you know, history will show you. Everybody want it. So everybody gonna want it, but y'all have to understand that everybody might have what they think they have because it's on there, but that don't mean you got what they had. Which takes me to why most breeders fall in love with their own dogs and the flaws that came with them, and how kennel bias damages bloodlines over time. It does. And we got plenty of examples of them flaws. Like when people were saying they seen these Mayday dogs, and I'm taking it like, you know, I understand their point, you know, man, they wasn't shit, they didn't do shit down here, you know, all them kind of conversations. Okay, but then I go and I look at, you know, Mayday's breeding thing, and it's like over 1,500 dogs and shit. Like, to me, that's almost, to me, it's really impossible. 1,500 dogs, you know. And then to know the story behind and what's, you know, behind Mayday. And, you know, we knew pretty much a lot about the damn dog and his people. But to see how over time and the success that was given because of who he was, that everybody kind of forgot that where was you at when them first 17 dogs was around? Before it was all them other dogs, they got them 1,500 that, as y'all say, the total turned out to be total shit, as a lot of people out here saying, oh, it didn't do shit. No, yeah. But I don't see none of y'all on that loss column when them 17 popped up and made Mayday who he became. See, the name of how you had the shit on your yard and think you got the shit. You know, just because of what's on the paper, you don't want to really accept the flaw that you see in what you feed. That you ride them papers, but then when it come down to it, this is how you had the Mayday dogs, some people thinking they wasn't shit. But after 1,500 and something motherfuckers, do you really think if we even try to do 50% of them 1,500 dogs turned out to be this shit, Jeep would not be at the top of the regimented merit list? I mean, this dog's supposed to be better than anything that was ever created. If you just took half of them 1,500 so-called dogs, you know what I'm saying, and they were supposed to be about something. Like them first 17 were. See, there was only a group of people that had 17 dogs that did what they did. See, that's the reality of it. It was 17 dogs that were in certain people's hands that made Mayday become who he became. Victor just created the dogs. The people who got the dogs was the ones who made them dogs who they became. You don't think Victor knew what he had when he pulled that move? Remember, what was the key move in that whole situation? Even though, like I said, Mayday was a monster, the dog was a specimen. So we gonna get off who the hell he was. And we're going to start talking about what the hell he was producing. You think Victor didn't believe in what he had? Remember, I think we did a show on his interview and what he said. This is before the only dogs that he had that were champions at the time was Brat and Luke Kane. The first two. And he was hoping for high hopes then. You hear, he said it himself. He did not know what was coming. But you didn't hear him say anything negative about if they didn't turn out to be something. What you heard him say is he was off to a great start. He didn't say he was matching them dogs. He knew them dogs was out there just like Luke Kane and Brat was out there. He knew who had them dogs. Remember, he all he had to do was pick up the phone and call Mo when he started seeing what was going on. I mean, if he didn't care, he would have never got involved. But he got involved. Hey, I know what y'all doing. See, these things, for me, that's reality. That shit really was going on. That's a man believing in what he started out to do. He believed in the people that he let get them dogs. Now, for the ones who got dogged off of them dogs, who didn't turn out to be worth shit, no, I don't knock them people. I don't say, well, it was because of who had the dog. I've just never been convinced that every dog was going to turn out like I just didn't think every dog could turn out to be just great. Because if everybody could just pull that off, then we have a whole lot of goddamn great dogs. And as you have noticed over all these years, that list is really still small. After all these years, we can still go back and then follow bloodlines because certain bloodlines just have this tendency of just hanging around. Decades and decades and decades of that shit. How you gonna have that if you are accepting flaws based off of pedigree? Somebody, let me put this link down there because I want to see how that's possible. I don't want it just to be my way of thinking. Mo might feel a little different about the shit too. But I see enough of this show and I understand what my brother be trying to do. He's trying to show y'all, look, man, we telling you we copied off of other people. We had no choice but to believe in what we seen other people doing. And yes, some didn't make it back to the chain. Yeah, they got good homes, but some didn't make the team. And sometimes I'm telling you, when it comes time to doing that, them choices are really hard to do sometimes. And if you love them like you say you love them, you try to put them in the best care in somebody's hand, because this dog, it's a good dog for a home. They just didn't suit our purpose. How many will take the same dog like that, do a beeline on your ass, and become popular by just running beeline shit all through the journal, advertising like a mug, fake matching it up and everything? Because that's what people do when they dealing with flaws. But they know sometimes people will be dumb enough to just fall for that shit. But even that came to an end. I would think based on, if you're into this bulldog history, Beeline is one of the biggest jokes out there, but come on, y'all. We know there's been plenty more Beelines prior to, I would just say, did nobody do it to the level of Beeline, to where it went to the degree of petitioning and putting that shit to tech, and then the dog game, the dog community starts speaking to each other, and they start realizing, he ain't part of this. Dang, man, was you? No, I was never there. That type of shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what it looks like. They gave us a little blueprint. Or the Pat Patrick situation. You think Pat came out and told the truth? because Buck got famous and he lied? Or do you think Pat, had some type of integrity knowing he was sitting on Bolio, a stolen dog? Whatever the story was about who Buck's daddy was and all of that, on top of the Bolio shit, right? In order to deal with Pat Patrick, you had to accept Pat Patrick and his flaws. If you've heard the story from Picari when he tell you about his dealings with Pat Patrick, the same lying ass, and I mean, I'm only going to be, this is reality. This is, Hot Mike Friday. So here's my chance to tell you about how I feel about the reality and integrity when you start talking about a real piece of shit. But then guess what? Look how many people accepted his flaws. Think about it. How many people accepted his flaws? His flaws was as a person, really. But as far as his knowledge of the dogs and the dogs that his name was on, if it don't be for the proof of what the dog did, hell, you ain't nowhere in the hell you supposed to believe what the hell is on paper. Not knowing what you know, the things that I just spoke on. But man, you can't take nothing away from the dogs. And to me, that's a hell of a big difference, and sometimes we just seem to be forgetting. Even when you're dealing with a piece of shit with no integrity at all. But you can't blame that on the dogs. Now, ain't that some shit? We sit back, we'll accept them flaws. Some of us, they do. A lot of them people did. You talk shit on a lot of people, but did he come clean about the Buck shit because of his relationship with John Venus? And he wanted the credit, and he just wanted to be known before you get any further. I don't want nothing. This is how he really bred. And then give an excuse why. I mean, some people can go with that. I don't think John never went with it. He just never gave a fuck because he let whatever Pat said, he rolled with it. You see a whole lot of Golden Boy with Buck on the paper. But, at some point, John didn't care. Remember, John did all them breeds. So that's a man believing in the damn dog. But he didn't really give a damn about what Pat was saying. One damn thing he knew. If I breed this son bitch and this son bitch keep producing like he producing, then y'all can make it whoever you want. But we still gonna be talking about STP's Buck. Grand champion. Hello.
But STP did change it.
He changed it to what Pat said.
Yeah. And ADB did too.
Mm-hmm. But that was only because John agreed to it. And if John hadn't agreed to that shit has still been going, boy. He accepted that truth.
Well, it wasn't really John. He convinced the ADBA with the letter. He told the whole story.
Yeah. And John went with it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he told John.
Mm-hmm.
But he also had told the ADBA. And that's where, like you said, John had the dog. He was the owner.
Yeah, I'm right.
So,
but see,
John went with it. The ADBA went.
Tell you fellas, there's some people, but see, his name is Pat Patrick. Some people can accept other people's flaws. But one thing you can't take away from him is the facts. And what was the facts? The fact was the dog was a damn good dog and a damn good producer. When I start talking about flaws, is when I be thinking about the people who talked about Zebo wasn't no producer. The flaws, when I hear people talk about, you know, Mayday dogs wasn't shit, type of shit. Those things are true in some aspects. I mean, you can't get around that. They say, you know, a good bolio dog, if you can last 30, 40 minutes with him, you can win. Okay? Those are things that we put on certain bloodlines. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Or is it just based on the reality of it's common? And if we get that much commonality all the way down to that part of the game, why do you think we always talk about the proof? What's the fact? What's the proof? The proof is showing you guys, here's the pedigree, but then I can tell you fuck this pedigree, but let's talk about this dog right quick. Every time we say let's talk about this dog, we are going to have receipts on the dog simply because we wouldn't be talking about this dog if there wasn't something to talk about. And we've talked about a lot of damn dogs over the last 4-something years. I'm telling you, man, you go back to every one of them videos, you're gonna find something that they all these dogmen had in common. And one thing for damn sure, they gonna tell you like we gonna tell you, and everybody else that we was around told us as we came through this, they all did not work. Some called it kennel blindness. I mean, think about the guy who lost 8 straight times. You know what I'm saying? 8 straight times. God damn it, he keep believing in that shit. Now, 8 straight times and you still believing in it. You know, more power to you. But then don't turn around and next thing you know, you look up, you plastered all over the journal selling puppies for $1,000 and $1,500 stud fees. And stick with it long enough that you finally get that win. And believe it or not, that one dog you got that win with made that dream come true that you could sell your puppies for $1,000 and you could stud this bad boy out right here for $1,500. Because now I got more than just what's on the paper. I got the dog. That's how shit changes, man. And I've seen it happen. All it took is one. But you can't be, you know, out here doing what that person did and was selling them dogs and everybody was looking at him like he was crazy. You know what I mean? Making a joke about them 8 straights. That when he finally won, it made it all worth it because he kept on winning. Did he ever sell as many dogs? I mean, I don't think when he started selling dogs, he was trying to become a puppy peddler. I think he was selling dogs because he was really trying to keep what he needed and get rid of the rest. And maybe that might have been he always had good shit. He just wasn't using the right shit. But after trying, he finally found that one. You know, but that's a person who kept believing in what they was doing. All the way down before it could even speak for itself. But in the end, he might have been right the whole time. He just realized where he was making his mistake at. And see, that's the part that I be looking at, fellas, that it's okay to fail. I mean, I don't know if I could have still been dealing with the shits, after 8 straight losses. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where my mindset would be. But I'm not speaking for everybody. I'm just speaking for a moment that actually happened, and you can believe in something, and just because it doesn't work out and you still keep believing in it, that who's to say that it won't happen, because it has. But I'm still one to say he got proof, y'all. You say whatever you want to say, but he got proof. So all that paperwork to seem like it was just a bunch of paperwork. Well, that paperwork, it changed. Looked like the same shit, but guess what? That dog right there ain't like all that other shit. And it does make a difference. But for fellas, the hard part of this whole thing is, and where I'm trying to come from is, you never know. You never know. And people who say them dreams like they know, they don't know either. You walking out on your yard, and what dog, man, gonna talk shit on his own yard. He gonna be out there believing in just as like any and everybody else. But again, the integrity of the dog, man, plays so much to that. That's why we try to stick to what's the best way of dealing with, people when it comes to dealing with the dogs. Know your dogs and know your people. I mean, there's got to be paperwork involved anytime you start talking about creating a bloodline. Which means you got to start with some type of dog. Whether it's a conformation, treadmill race, everything is always, when it comes to these dogs, it's going to be built on that purpose, fellas. Always. If you can't get to where you're going and accept the flaws that come with that shit, you're never going to get anywhere. Actually, you're going to have shortcomings dealing with these dogs, because anybody's going to get frustrated after trying something for so long. Y'all remember in the Victor Akart interview how he was telling you about the kind of dogs he started out with. Had to change up because he got tired of getting beat up on. I'm just saying, man. That ain't my story, that's his story. That's his interview. But the thing is, one dog changed his life. As a dog, man, anyway. So, I'm more evaluating your yard and understanding your yard. Because I think that's so important. When you start talking about bloodlines and pedigrees and any type of competition, it's always a good thing to just have that type of fortitude to understand the importance of the task that you got ahead of you, and show and understand that, don't let money drive the situation, kind of. You know what I mean? Cause I never seen a time like with Stone City, Big Mike, Victor, Deep South. The reason I named them because I was around when the breeding the breeding discussions were going on. How we kind of knew what everybody was trying to do or fixing to do, or had already done. So when you're inside those minds and then you seeing the effects of that work and you riding along because you seeing it, you understand why we took it, to where we had to have it. Because the reality of it was, not all dogs are going to come out to be certain things. Mo have said it, and I'm saying it. But our numbers are always better if we just stayed with the shit that we seen that was really working. And I'm sorry. If it's champions and grand champions, then so be it. Now, just because we did that, did you think that we felt like we supposed to be able to get the same thing they got? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And Twin, well, ain't no dog man gonna be biased about his yard. Well, I'm gonna give you that, but guess what? We was on more than just saying the shit. How did they prove it? They got out there and they got busy. How we gonna prove what we got? We got to get out there and get busy. Show you what we got. We can sit here and we can talk about it now. We can sit here and talk about how we got it.
And Mike, you looking at the screen?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. O for mayor. He said, "What's the purpose of copying someone's work, and you never achieve it on the level you copied it from?" Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna put it like this to you, bro, because that's a good. You know what? I can only give you our purpose. Maybe because we were so close to the source. I guess it's different. People done stepped on shit. You know how that game goes. The further you get away from the source, the more it's gonna get stepped on. But so I'm gonna take it based on that. What you're saying is we stay close to the source. So if you're really trying to keep that business relationship going and understanding that the source got what you need and it's got a good product, you should be damn near following that pattern, which we call copying. You know what I'm saying? Which we call copying, because what we did exactly what they were doing, all the way to the T. That we didn't just have the dogs. If they matching the dogs, we supposed to be matching dogs. That's put back in our time. That's how we looked at it. I don't know if everybody thought or looked like that when it came to how they did things, but that was our purpose of copying. And if you really pay attention to a lot of these great dogs and these champions, hell, they've been copying for goddammit years. I mean, I think the last show really showed a good example of how people have been copying things over years and years and years. But then, why we talk about some other than others? Because maybe they just didn't have what was needed to get it done. Not saying it had to be them. Maybe it was just be the dog. Either way, it could be the dog or the person, but at that point, it don't really matter, because the only ones you're going to talk about is the ones you can relate to, and they generally do have something behind why you can understand why they copy. Because they're going to have something to show you. Not, they ain't going to just keep talking about it, they'll show you. And you know what it takes for you to understand what that look like. I'll show you. This is why we done it. This is how we done it. And this is the results. I think the goal was not to try to recreate the wheel, because how are you going to recreate something that had been started damn near 2-3 centuries ago? You think you really going to do something that hadn't already been done before? Really? Especially in these dogs? Hell, we wouldn't be talking about Stabber and all them dogs. Listen, the Klaus dogs, there's a reason why Mo go back there, because it didn't start right here. It started way back there. That's why you go back there, I'm going to find him. There he go, right there. Why am I pulling up all these champions, get you back there far enough? Why? Well, see, there he go. I know y'all don't want to hear it, but there he go. He's right there. But we wouldn't be talking about the dog if the dog wasn't worth talking about. And somewhere along the line, you're going to see that, yeah, I mean, nobody really has reinvented the wheel. It had already been done. You just put a lot of them guys who got the Mayday dogs, they put their own swing on them. They didn't have to breed just like Victor did, hell. But guess what? The majority of them didn't anyway.
That's not true.
I mean, bred the dogs like Victor did. I don't know. All I know is the Hollowworth dog. Everybody else, you know more about that part.
Wasn't many of them out there, but Luke Kane, and Barracuda.
What, as far as the breeding program?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know, we have Brat and they two in Sassy Girl. But you had Twisted.
Yeah, you had Deep South. They had some.
Yeah. Wasn't too many of them out there. Let me see.
I mean, for the amount that was out there, they were still some good bred dogs. You know? They produced, bro.
But they was bred, a lot of them was bred back into Mayday. Like, you know, a lot of them, I mean, Barracuda registered there because, you know, they kept breeding, you know, whether it was the Stone City cross back to the Mayday or it was Mayday.
Yeah. But I know Victor wasn't doing, Victor was doing it, but the Jim Brothers was doing that shit. Like they did Twisted and all that other shit, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, they was doing that shit.
You know what, man? Again, Barracuda and Luke Kane that was registered Mayday.
Yeah.
2 grand champions off of Mayday. Those are the 2 producing dogs.
But you know, I thought, well, Twisted, it happened, but if it hadn't happened to Twisted, I think Twisted would have been right up in there with him.
Yeah. No,
he wasn't bred that much and he produced some good dogs.
Yeah.
Twisted Nico, remember, we can still talk about Twisted Nico, can't we? In 2026. Right?
Yep.
Okay.
And the shit.
And the shit, that's right.
Yeah, all of them was off of Twisted, Grand Champion Max. Or, 5-time winner Max.
Yeah. See,
that's only a handful. That's still just a handful. I mean, you can look at DSK and where DSK was doing their stuff too. Even then, the dogs started getting out and people start making those crosses. Now you got DSK dogs and crosses that, will not be normal. You might catch DSK and a Mayday dog. You might catch DSK and a Cunningham dog. You might catch DSK over there in a Patrick dog. They done stepped outside the boundaries and, even with DSK and Redboy crosses. DSK, Banjo and BB Red, more in certain breedings that were made were major factors. Now, I can also relate that same conversation with Grand Champion Gabe. They had Gabe produced and Gabe Jr. They both produced. But that's about far as it went. When you selling to the public, that means you ain't keeping the good shit to match. So just imagine how many of those dogs fall through the crack. That's what happened to a lot of them.
Yeah, you hear a lot of people say, I had the little maid brother to so-and-so. Okay, was the little maid brother for you the same way it was for him? The brother was for him? Most of the time they'd be like, nope. What's the problem? Is it you or is it the dog? Holler at your boy.
Just because he got the little maid brother don't mean the little maid brother don't be anything like him.
Exactly.
I wish they would, You know what I'm saying? Like Deacon and Hunter Red. Deacon and Hunter Red were little mates. Both of them produced good dogs. You know, but that's just a tadpole. And I got a little, my comment on the copy thing. The problem with the copying is when big kennels do things, you have to down to be a big kennel to do what they're doing. Because if you do what they're doing, then you're going to get the results that they were getting. I mean, I did it with all of them, from Big Mike, Stone City to Victor. I was making crosses just like them with my shit and was getting the same type of dogs. And the best thing about mine was those were some killers because that ace just kept popping up. But to get it to work and to have a yard of good dogs, I had to say, I bred my dogs like they was breeding theirs and ended up with a yard of good dogs. And I had some of all these shit on there. I mean, really, I had all of them. Stone City, Hardcore, Mayday, Deep South. I had all that shit. And yes, I continued following the trend of what they was doing and getting the results they was getting. Well, we was getting the results they was getting too. And if you look at the way we were breeding our dogs, you go right over there and look what they were doing with their dogs, you're going to see us doing the exact same thing. And as a matter of fact, it started bouncing off. Because in competition, a good friend of mine, when he jumped in, he came in there with a male, and he started bouncing off. And we got a Temperament male buck. You know, and they picked all that up off of what happened when we took Sassy to Little Buck. Sassy's mama was half sister to Mel Buck's mother. Competition just did, they copied. They took Mel Buck to Syracuse, same thing. You see what I'm saying, man? Champion Ramel. They bred Champion Ramel to Syracuse. That's the same breeding we made when we took Sassy Girl to Little Buck. Because Little Buck and Syracuse, they were out of the same breeding, Little Buck and Sneeko. But Syracuse was the second breed. Little Buck was the first breed. But they still got good dogs. A lot of guys who play with that, you know. Jamie played with it like that, you know what I'm saying? And he was using the Stone City because he had Bay Day, and then he had the Barracuda stuff and the Mayday stuff. He had Orca, and then he had the one Maximo, and he was working them, just following, just like, you know, just like we was doing. He did it, and look what his results were.
How many times did he ask you about every time before he did?
I always talk to him. I talk to him all the time. He was telling me what he was going to do. And he used to tell me their progress. He got our dogs. He supposed to be able to do the same thing we were doing. And he was. I mean, I don't know what the copy part is. I just figure it's called following the blueprint. Speaking of, let me throw this up here. Give us
while you doing that, let me
that was a good comment my man made, you know.
Yeah.
But the thing is, when you say it like that, You literally have to be having the right dog. Remember, you're the breeder. You're the breeder. See, I always talk about the mindset of the breeder. If the breeder is trying to copy or he wants to copy and he can't achieve the copy process, then you already know what the problem is as the breeder. You should know the problem why you're not getting that level because you're the breeder. Maybe you got the wrong bitch. Maybe that's not the bitch to use. But because you're the breeder. You may copy, but if it don't get what you want out of it, it's not clicking. So where's, as the breeder, it's still on you.
Yes,
You
sir.
gotta make the change and start trying. And use a different bitch. Or if you're trying to make the copy, you know, go buy a bitch from them. You know, make your own males, or go get a bitch. You know, that's how you get the success. You gotta be pinpoint. You really do gotta be pinpoint. You really gotta be pinpoint. If they breed, me, I'm breeding a champion. And I'm telling you, the percentage of getting that is a whole lot better than going and breed to something like him. I need some direct juice. I'm copying. That's what they did, but they said that's why the motherfuckers was all winners. You know what I mean? Something was clicking. And everybody that had a chance to make those breedings with those dogs that added to those points, if you go back and look, especially with what I'm going to show you, it was all based on everybody copying the blueprint, following the blueprint. Show y'all.
Big shout out to my man, Mr. Derek Lockett. Nah, chill in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. John Johnson. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Melee. What up, though? My man, SBC Kennels. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Garland Megan. What up, fam? My brother from another mother. My man, SBC said the insane ass puppy hanging from that tug toy, screaming and jerking at 8 weeks.
Oh, that's the fun part. I be having them chasing that mother all through the yard. I don't let them have it. I make them go crazy trying to get it.
Big shout out to my man Don Don. What up, fam? From Mad Doctors in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my homie, my man, the legendary Vance 305. What up, fam? He said, what up, fam? Do you know anyone that had 8 straight losses and became a good dog man? Hey, Vance, to be honest with you, we did a story on one. I can't remember exactly who it was, but it was one of, we knew him, but it might have been Triple M who told the story.
No.
Who was it?
Talking about my boy. He had a dog, but he kept losing.
Yeah, but who was it? I can't remember. Who? Leroy, yeah. Big shout out to my man Clifton behind the enemy lines. Hands up. What up, fam? Appreciate y'all. Don't forget to hit that like button. Okay, Mo.
I mean, that's very seldom, like Dan said, losing 8, you know, and you keep going, coming back, and you're looking good, you're just losing. The competition he's going in with, he just didn't have those dogs to win. They look good. They definitely look good, and maybe it was the little flaws in his conditioning sometimes, you know. He didn't have that conditioning down pat. But he had the dog that could compete. He just kept coming out on the short end of the stick. He wasn't a good dog. The dog wasn't at that level. Even though they were good dogs, they just weren't at that level.
But he came up, Mo.
The dogs didn't quit. They didn't quit. The dogs wasn't quitting. They were getting picked up. They just wasn't on that level. That's all that was. And he kept trying, but the dogs just wasn't on that level.
But he didn't come up, Mo? Yeah, he came up.
Oh, he did come up. Yeah, he
Yes,
got
he
it
did.
right. Yeah, he got it right.
I think
Yeah,
he became a
changed
good
up.
dog, man. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good dog, man. He just changed up.
Mm-hmm.
Can't keep beating the same horse. You gotta change up. Something different. You wanna get on that level, you better start dipping in and grabbing some of that top level shit. And we
Victor
started
said
grabbing
the same
those
shit.
Maytu bucks, the Maytu dogs. That's what he added to the equation. They're like brother sister breed too. The dog came out pretty rough. Now he can go in there and compete because now he got the dogs to work. And he was able to play back then and do a lot of shit with what he had, but he had to change up. But I mean, some guys quit at 4. I would have. I'd have been revamping at 4. You gotta believe in what you're doing. That's why I stay close. I always stay close to whatever was working. I'm telling you, I'm gonna use it. That's how I was.
Hey, Mo, can you get closer to the mic?
Yeah, I'm on the mic. The mic is right in my face. Well, you can't hear me, or am I talking low?
Yeah. You're talking low, because we can hear you good now.
But hey, I got this registered mare list up here for a reason. Okay, especially when it comes to the conversation. Everybody breathing. You know what I mean? There is not but so many dogs out there in the history of the dog game that has been able to do this right here. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. And this is 2002, so we over here in the safe zone. But as of 2002, these were the dogs that were registered mares. Now y'all know we always talk about the top 5. As you see, they are there. And I should also always talk about the importance of those top 5. But if you really don't pay attention, count the next 5 dogs. Tab, Weirdo, Buckus, Deacon. You see that? Buck dogs, Jeep dogs, Red Boy dogs, still. Huh? You see that? Now, if I'm going to be breeding dogs, and I'm trying to have something good to be on that level, then I need to be getting dogs really off of them 10 dogs. My line needs to be worked. I need to be figuring out what's going to be the next dog, like they did with Jeep. You see what I'm saying? Look how many dogs down there is Red Boy and Jeep. Deacon a Red Boy dog. Weirdo is a Jeep dog. Tab is a Jeep Red Boy dog. Look at the line. And here's another point. There's a total of 76 champion registered mares on this list far as males. There's 76 of these dogs. If you pay close attention and really go down through there, what you're going to see, out of them 76 dogs, 36 of them are champions or grand champions. You hear that? 36 registered marriage were box dogs. So that left you 40 other males out there who was able to produce, you know what I'm saying? Produce and become registered marriage. And if you go down through there, it's not going to be too many of them you don't know. And this is the males. Now, somebody did ask me, okay, as y'all can look, as y'all go down through there, you notice who you're seeing. There's no unfamiliar names on there. Not too many unfamiliar names. And this is all the males right here. That's the rest of them. And no ones and threes before they changed to four. Now, my question is the level. Y'all see them was all males. It's worse on the females. This is all there is of the females. Hold on. There's 40 females there. 40 females. And out of them 40 females, there's only 5 champions or grand champions on that registered marriages. And if I'm correct, I don't even think there's a grand champion on there. Nothing but champion bitches. 5 of them. All the rest of them, but I can guarantee you, out of all these females, they related somewhere over there in that male area. Somewhere in that male area of registered married males over there, you can damn near line up every one of these bitches. So that brings me to the point of the breeder. When you start talking about top level, high level shit, if you ain't read the blueprint where you can't understand what I'm saying to you now, with the proof right here in your faces. Right here in your face. This is what I call top breeding, top level breeding. When you can understand that right there. Because it has everything to do with copying the blueprint. There's a whole bunch of dogs here, y'all. But all that was going on in the 90s. And you see a lot of these dogs. You see all them 90s down through there. You see them. You see them in the yearbooks. All that's 90s shit. Jeep up in there early. And there was more added to that list. After 2000, Mayday had 10 then. By 2004, you had 7 more. Really 8 with Little Mayday. We got 18. But look at the time in the year. Look at those 90 babies. But you go over here to the females, look how many you don't have. You got a lot of the 90 babies. But they coming from, look where they're coming from. Look at the top bitches. Honey Bunch is still up there 1. Still couldn't catch her. But look at the 90s. With all that going on, my point being proven. The 90s. With all that was going on in the 90s. Top level breeding. The breeders. Look at the breeders. Everybody couldn't get lucky. We can guarantee you, in every one of these pedigrees, you go over there, you're going to find that these bitches made that all on list with some help. Coming from some of these down registered married males. So when we're talking about breeding, that's top level breeding. Understanding that part. If you can't understand that part, how the hell are you going to ever be top level breeders? When this is a top level breeding whole format right here. Ain't too many of these names on here y'all don't know. Can't get more top level than that. And we're still talking about the females. Because the females, they are the breeders. Look at the names. Ain't too many names up there that you don't know. So this can't anybody, as you can see, be a top level breeder that you don't know. There's my point. It's right there in front of you. Come on now. I would just like to hear somebody in the chat, because the point I'm making, with all that was going on in the 90s, that goes back to the mayor and his question. You know what I'm saying? There's a whole lot of people who thought they could do it, but you don't see them here. What happened?
Hey, Mo.
Yeah.
Come on. Big shout out to my man, Ben Hamilton. What up, fam? He said, that isn't the up-to-date RM list. Use the new one. Can't do that, fam. We don't do that. We don't get into that part.
We stay back here in the back.
We stay back here in the back. You know what I mean? 20 years from now, I'm pretty sure y'all be able to do that. You know what I'm saying? But no, back here, we don't have to worry about that. But if you understand what we're saying back here, you should already know what the future looked like, because it's not like it's not out there. It's just not out there to be
it's
talking
bigger
about.
than that. Maybe it has 17 up there with the updated, and he's still the top 5 dogs is still there in the update. I hate to say that, but it's the truth. Top 7 dogs is still up there. Honey Bunch, Awesome Baby, Jeep, Frisco, Yellow, fought in Mayday to this day. No new faces. I can say that about the top 10 on the update. Has not changed. The numbers have gone up. But there's no new faces. Am I right, Mr. Hamilton?
Well,
20 years later.
I'm like, Cos, you can help us out right there. Said, put up a new one in the chat. It could help, really could. Because then I'd understand the point. Because again, you gotta understand, when we look at this in 2000, look how old Jeep would have had to been.
In 2002, right? Remember, we gotta remember the disclaimer, guys. Remember the disclaimer.
Right.
We need at least 25 years, man, to talk about this shit. With nobody getting in no type of trouble. That's why we stay back here. And we can go back here and we can talk about this shit back here. Point it out to you. Show you what was going down.
One of the highlight moments in the game when the names and everything changed.
Right. That's where we at. This is where we at to show you. You know, to show you. Y'all ain't did nothing different. Y'all ain't done nothing different. Can I grab y'all? Listen, I'm going to see new names. But those new names are going to be good people with good dogs for that era and that time.
And I don't think that over the 20 years it will ever get back to what was actually going on in that time.
Heck no. Nowhere close. Y'all see all them 90s? You keep telling y'all how them 90s was. The whole game changed. You see that old school shit there, but you see them 90s. You don't see none of that old shit looking like them 90s. So there was progress. Damn near the top 10 dogs. Look at them. Six of the top 10 is in the 90s. Yeah, they got more numbers now, but the list hasn't really changed. Even on what we consider the update. You got more dogs being added, and hopefully definitely got more females. But it's really hard, and this is just a point to take, because nothing changed. What could change when there's no way it could change drastically? Especially this list here, when everything was really going on in the 90s, and we way up here in 2002 with this book. And this is when dogs was really being put down. That updated version ain't got nothing compared to the amount of dogs that was being done back then in our time, and compared to what y'all was doing in your time. It never happened. So we're dealing with a different platform. On that note, it's in itself. What we're doing 2,000 and 3,000 matches in this time period, a year, being reported, you know? You can't compare an update to what was compared to what was going on back then with the numbers. Not with those numbers, because you're not going to have a whole bunch of 2,000 foals, you know, going into the 2000s. Because the amount of what was going on was literally cut. 3/4 of it was snatched. Things changed. After 2007, a lot of shit changed. As of 2007, if you can get the update of 2007, that's about far as it can go when it comes to dogs being put on a registered merit list that was legit. Now you're going to start adding the international shit, you know. Now you're adding other parts of the country, still not talking about United States. Talking about everybody. And best believe it wasn't a lot, because everybody else was free to do what the United States couldn't do. So the numbers were definitely drastically a lot different compared to what we were doing in the 90s when history was being made. You should be able to take your now, for those who want to investigate or enthusiasts, you know, take what you know and try to compare it to what you see here. You're not going to see the same thing, because then we can grab a book that you can't grab. Show me 3,000 matches in an updated version. It's not
You better
there.
not. You better not. As of
When I say
2000,
updated, I'm talking about, you know, diving into 20 years later.
yeah, okay. 20 years
You know?
later.
Right. It's not going to be there. It's not there. I said after 2007.
Yeah. It's illegal to do that shit.
Well, it became illegal in 2010 when they attacked the journals, and now you can't even do this. It wasn't no more longer a publication when you didn't caught the damn person who had the journal, you know, go through all that hell with the court and still end up losing, but put up a good fight, stayed out there, still had the journal going until, you know, they cashed it in 2007. And then they passed a law in 2010 making publication of this sort as being illegal. They can't do nothing about the international shit because that's going on outside of the United States. You know, again, that becomes fictional because their rules ain't our rules. You know what I'm saying? They're stricter with our rules, but they still have the International Sporting Dog Journal. That they, you know, they put their dogs and their books together. You know, then you wonder when you can go out there on Scribe and pull a whole bunch of them up, you know, and it has all kind of shit in it, well up under the 20 range, but you can't go to jail for being in possession of one of them. Somebody have to explain that one. Or they wouldn't be on the internet where you can literally see them on Scribe and other places where they present those books and magazines. But even when you go and study those right there, you'll see what I'm saying is true. International became international. It's no longer national. So a lot you're going to see it changed. You're going to see Frisco with a lot of damn dogs on there. You're going to be seeing Jeep having more dogs after 2002. I mean, Jeep got 19 right here. Shit, they got Jeep up there in the 22, 23s. I think they had Frisco way up there. Frisco wasn't far behind Jeep again.
Some want to believe he overtook Jeep for the top spot.
Well, Well, in some instance, they say he did, but the thing about it, Jeep's numbers don't consist of international dogs. Okay, let's keep that thought in mind. Jeep's dogs didn't have straws and plenty of years of cultivating. So, you know, Frisco is looked at like an international dog, okay? Because Frisco dogs are all over the world. And good Frisco dogs have definitely, you know, made an impact in the world of the game because a lot of it happened internationally. What was being done with those Frisco dogs in the 90s is was Frisco got his numbers. But he also had his numbers in the early and late 80s of a lot of international dogs, and again, that's why the journal started putting asterisks by international dogs that was being reported to the journal because of Frisco. Frisco didn't have those dogs over here like that. You see, he got 14. He didn't have, and over half of them were international. They're going to have asterisks. More than half. You know? So that's when you look at that and you know, what I'm telling you, and you look at it, you see a different look. And for those who want to say Frisco overcame Jeep, and our philosophy, if you were to say who is the greatest producing dog of all times, I would still have to put Jeep there where he's always been because of the fact that Jeep was an American dog that produced a lot of great dogs. Even at 2002, he's got 19. Look at him, he got a son, two sons down there in the top 10. Weirdo and Tab. That's something to speak on. Yellow. He got his son sitting up under him, and actually over him now. I think they had Yellow at 16. And they had Mayday at 17. But yeah, but the overall look is based on what we talked about tonight. And when we talk about me, when I say, breeding at the highest level, okay, I would call this my understanding of breeding at the highest level. Not talking about the now, not talking about the in-between. I'm talking about something we can all look at, analyze, see what's being pointed out, and recognize what I'm saying, and know this is top-level breeding. You don't got to talk about it, we can read. And you don't see too many names up here that you don't know. So what that tell you? Breeders, even at our level in our time, these are still top level breedings. What are these dogs on this register and merit list for? Producing winners. Winners. That's top level breeding, right? Give me a chance to look at it and study it and look at the names. It's not too many of them you don't know. And again, not trying to bust no bubbles and talk about the forgotten ones, but you know, you have some dogs like, you know, and I was talking to a friend and he was talking about whatever happened to the turtle buster dogs, you know, what was up with them, you know, because they was some good dogs. Well, Kingfish was a good dog. Turtle Buster was a kingfish dog. But you don't see kingfish on this list either, do you? Huh? Do you see Turtle Buster on this list? Huh? No. Not saying that they weren't good dogs. But look at the list. That's what happened to the Turtle Buster dogs. Good dogs. Kingfish dogs, good dogs. Where they at? Are there any out there? You know, especially it didn't show up in our time. You know, when I used to hear about turtle, I wasn't talking about Turtle Buster. I was talking about Rebel Kennels turtle. You can find him on the list. You see a couple of them on the list. That was the line of turtle dogs. You know, then Rebel Kennels turtle, Turtle Jr. But that's what happened to the games dogs. Remember I said top level breeding. We're looking at top level breeding. With all the dogs out there being sold, and all back in our time, with all that stuff that's being sold out there, you're looking at the list of all the top level breeding. You can say a whole lot about that list. Yeah, he right though. He right though. Where's that throw in at? Where's that abundance? Y'all seen all the ads. Y'all seen all the breedings. But this is what it looks like when we start talking about top level. Look at the names. Gotta say, that says a lot. So when you start talking about breeding, if you don't want to understand what's being said to you now, where his point is made clear as hell, then y'all gotta get me to understand what classification has changed from that fact. Where you can, you know, consider top level breeding anything other than this. No, we still make fun of Tom Garner. I guess they still, what he's doing is cookouts and shit like that, and his dogs are still great dogs. That says a lot. But speaking in our time, you see where he was in our time. Shit, you think he wasn't bigger than us, big back then? He was probably bigger back then than he is now, to be honest, because all the right people had the dogs, and they continue having Dexter, NASCAR, TJ. Come on, man. Gotta give it to him. But if you want to be a top breeder, or what we consider, based on my man, if you ain't going, what's the purpose of copying if your dog is not going to end up as great as the shit you copy? I thought it was the best statement of the night. Because guess what? That question gets answered by looking at what top breeders look like. And for those who was copying the format, and you literally go down through here, I have many of these on the show, and I said majority of these dogs, including the champions that made these dogs register as merits, had a formula. And then this right here proves my point on a bigger scale when we look at the breeders just on this list. Again, it's not too many you don't know. If any. Not a lot of them either. And again, the formula. So a lot of these bitches on this list got to contributing males over here on that list. A lot of them made all around of a couple of these males on the list. This is what I call breeding top level shit. Where you can understand what you're looking at and come to the conclusion. This is what it looked like. As a breeder on the female and the contribution that the males gave them. Not a lot of them either. So that's how a task of having, which we want to have when we say a breeding program and what you're feeding. If you don't take that piece of information and what you're seeing and what I'm talking on tonight, because I jumped way off, I jumped way out there. Y'all wasn't expecting to get that level. See, I ain't really got to say much when I'm pointing out the facts on something that was working at our time. I'm not just saying it, I'm showing it to you. I'm giving you a chance to look at it, study it. Like I said, 76 males. 36 of them was champions. So that's a lot. That makes my thinking comes to the fact that I said, you got Jeep champion. You got Grand Champion Yellow. You got Grand Champion Buck. You got Grand Champion Mayday. The only champion going down to the top 10 after that was Champion Brutus. Okay? That's in the top tier. I call that the top tier. That's 5 for 5. Hey, look at the dogs. That's top level shit. Compare the philosophy of the breeding program to what you see here. Because it's just not black ink on a paper. There's facts here on this paper. When we're talking about breeding. I told y'all, Going Hard Kennels got the top five plus the top 2 bitches. I'm telling you, that's what we did. And we just ain't here, you know, I ain't dived in there and shown you the work in a while. Most of it you know, so I don't even try to throw it at you. I copy. And I copy with them top 7 dogs. And left a blueprint to work from, where everybody else was able to do what I was doing. I would even say better. But I sure wouldn't be here talking about it if they wasn't shit. Sure couldn't point it out if they wasn't shit. And you know I don't know nothing but champions. So that's what copying did for me. And especially when you say top level breedings and copying and being successful. Ask that guy. Ask me. And I'm going to show you. I used the top 7 dogs, bro. And I went out to the kennels that had them. Because these are dogs that making other dogs, they was champions. Okay. That's what I did. That's what I saw. KP wasn't blind either. See, it's easy to speak of when you're trying and you fail, you know, because that's exactly what it is. It's called failure. Like Mr. Mayor said, what's the use of copying if you can't get the shit? You know, it's gonna put you on a list like that.
Right.
They tried, got a good paper, look like it, don't it? But is it it? Success tells the story. I'm just showing y'all the proof. Especially when we was talking about top level breeding, and another big thing about it is evaluating your yard. Wonder why I could go out there and evaluate my yard and point out them 7 dogs. And tell you I'm copying. But you're gonna have those that disagree on that or doubt on that because of their failure. And just because you didn't get it doesn't mean, you know, you got a whack ass yard. Failure is failure even when you look at it, even if it's you know, not hitting the mark. You fail, period. It's not bad. Nothing wrong with that. Can't everybody get it? This list proves that. But I'm definitely one of them ones that I can say that I'm a success story. by copying, by following the trend, and sticking to my guns on what I'm going to have on my yard that I'm going to feed. And the expectations that I put on that, knowing that. There's my success. And remember, I could pull them up. So this is what it looks like, and this is the facts. If I can understand this part right here and take it home with you and get off the bus and think about what I'm pointing out, because that's the real deal here. You talk all the other shit, but ain't nobody gonna pull up and say any damn thing that can contradict what the fuck they see here and get there and put some shit up here like this and prove me different. Fuck your opinion. Opinions ain't shit without damn receipts. It's just that what it is, opinion. Here's a point that I'm making with facts. If you can read, if you can understand those facts, then you'll realize breeding is not nowhere close to a good gamble, because it's never a good gamble. You're going to look at the names. Remember, these are dogs that produce champions.
Enough to make the register of merit list.
Yes, sir. Like I said, look at that list. It's a list that you damn near know everybody on the damn thing. On the males and the females. All these are recognized kennels. You will find these dogs, and a lot of these dogs, a lot of them been gone and the line is gone. But I can tell you with all the confidence in the world that I know them top 10. Out of them top 10, there's a guaranteed fact 8 of them still out there in the history of the dog game making history. Because somebody's out there with that registered merit trade in them dogs copying, literally, guarantee it, stacking it, and got a success story with it. And we see a lot of great dogs on these shows that we pull up. We don't know what time era these champions are in, but I say again, because of what champion we put on this show, 99.9% of the time, the damn dog had a formula. And if it was a producing dog, there was a formula there. And I guarantee that formula would relate to what we're looking at right here, right now. Why that shit worked. You know what I'm saying? So when you breathe big. You know, my standards was, I'm pointing out my standards. That's all I'm saying. And I'm showing you the reason why I stood on those standards. And when it come to me going back there in my yard and analyzing and doing some analysis on the yard, like, oh no, I'm picking what I'm feeding. My point was the whole thing. If they doing it, and I'm doing it like they doing, because I know I'm taking the right bitch. I know I'm making the right moves. Then all I got to do is get it and sit on it. Will they give me what they got? The question turned into an answer. And that answer leads me to this show. We gotta need something to talk about. And really show you, outside of the talking, I'm being about it by showing you where you ain't gotta hear my voice, you can read, you can see. These are facts. And all them other great kennels out there who are doing that and making those winners, follow them. You'll see what I'm saying. Those breeders who's producing that shit, follow them. You'll see what I'm saying. Because there's no way history's gonna change. It can't. If you follow the history, it's this. How's that gonna change, fellas? If you're back here, you don't want to forget about it. You can't forget about it. If you're not trying to learn, why would you forget about it? Because there's your answers. What can you do when you walk in your yard? Can you really look at there in that yard and compare it to that list of facts? Knowing there's not a lot of bitches. And for a whole lot of years, all they got was 70 males. 36 of them was champions. I'm going with the champion bid. It just seems like by the number, because everything else is a guess. If you don't give credit to the other 40, the other 40 with no work under their belt. That's what it means.
See, my problem is they don't want to, I mean, as much as you push that, and as obvious as it is, they don't want that to be heard, because that means people start second guessing what they buying. Make a person have to stand up, do a lot more talking about what they selling. You know, when you stick to the obvious will always speak for itself. That's the facts. We can show you right here. We're just showing you names right here, but I mean, come on now. We done dove into these dogs so much that a lot of them names you see on there should be familiar to y'all.
I'm just saying, you ain't gonna find a bunch of nobodies on there. You know, majority of everybody on this list. That just show you it's not as simple as we hope it to be. Because it still show you that the good ones, the great one was the names we know.
I want to give a big shout out to my man, Oatman. My man, Mr. William Torres in the house. What up, fam? My man, Oatman said, Salute, twin. You didn't copy all the time, correct me if I'm wrong. You made the first Stone City Mayday cross that was innovative. You decide to look ahead historically. You right. Well, oh man, I'm gonna just tell you how that really was. You know, I ain't Mo, but I'm gonna tell you how that really was. Mo knew about they didn't like each other, but in the same contrast, you know, we knew the dogs we had, and Mo was gonna do that shit anyway.
Anyway, I mean, man, I got a paper I will show you guys. I wrote it down. It started out being Red Ace being bred to Yellow Buck and Mayday. I was gonna be Red Ace to both of them. But when she lost, I ain't had nothing else but Brat and Little Mayday. It took me a couple of years for me to play with Brat, you know what I'm saying? To be able to get Sassy Girl. Little Mayday gone, but I got a daughter. I came back with Little Buck. That little female grew up, and I bred Little Buck to her. And yeah, they fussed. shouldn't have never let me have the dog if y'all were going to act like that. But the reason why I did it, because I seen both dogs. I'm on both camps, man. I like what they was doing. Them was they on to some shit. You know what I'm saying? I got a chance to see Stone City. I got a chance to see Mayday, Victor and them. My fruit is right there on the yard. I copied. Yes, I did. I copied. Yeah. I copied something that they wouldn't do. And I knew it was going to work. Based on, I know them both. I know the dog. I got to do this with my shit. I'm going to take this little Mayday bitch and breed to that damn yellow buck little male. Shit, the first chance I got, bitch came in here, I bred her. She wasn't even 18 months old when I did it. Yeah, I bred that puppy. Then a month.
Man, you ain't telling them the truth. And they probably would, and all that, getting mad and all that. I can't believe you did it. You know what I mean? You know, I mean, what? No luck wished upon that move right there.
I ain't had no other dog to do it with but her. Her mama was dead. Little Mayday gone.
And you telling me you was gonna do
And
it.
I'm matching Brat, and Brat on Royce, he ain't doing nothing when it comes to breeding.
So what?
It took a couple of years before Brat started throwing like on a regular. When she bred the Maytooth, that was a blessing. Roy messed her up. I have to thank Sonny Mean Street, Brooklyn Knight. He got Brat to get those puppies. He sent me some shit. I forgot what it was called. But Brat came in the heat and I was able to breed, and she had 6 pups off of Maytooth. All they had to do, I told Jamie to do with Baby. I just told Jamie to do with Baby what I did with that line period. Stick to the Mayday shit. Get the Mayday with Baby and she gonna throw. You already know Buck Rogers is a monster. You know what I'm saying? There's something special with them dogs. And he did it, and she proved it. Remember, we proved it with Maytooth and Baby. Still following the pattern. I start like, you know, I'm copying off my damn self now. You know what I mean? I just kept doing it, and was passing it on. Look, do this. That was the key. And then they did follow. I'm telling you, Romeo Buck and all, we all know each other. I had the litter mate. Yeah. That little female, Apache, she was right down here. He had the little mate brother to her. I forgot his name, but that's where Romel came from. And he took that dog and bred the Sir Kill, just like I took Sassy and bred the little buck. And got that grand champion Romel buck.
I knew it was a problem when they had to come to the yard to see the results.
Man, look, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, Tony came to Tampa, Florida, and talked to me, and wanted to see those pups. And shortly after that, Mayday was being bred to blind. But I was definitely copying a dream that I knew based on what I saw And I saw them both had yards full of killers. I mean, not just Mayday. I had Brat. And Brat and Little Mayday was little monsters. So I was pretty well confident with them. And got Little Buck home, and we put Little Buck to the test. Little Buck was going to be a bad boy. He caught Babeezy. He caught Babeezy from Apache, from her being bred to Mayday. Brat was bred to Mayday and caught Babeezy. That's why Victor had to take her. I didn't know Apache was sick. Brat looked sick when I saw her. Apache, she came home. I'm still putting weight on her. She came in. I bred Little Buck to her. And shortly after that, instead of having puppies, she died of Babeezy. I'm taking Little Buck, not thinking that he caught the shit. I'm putting him through a keep. And the day of the show, he died. I knew I had a problem 2 weeks out. The day before he was supposed to go, because I'd already, they knew he was sick. I wasn't coming with him. But the day before he was supposed to go, he died from Babeezy. And all that happened from Apache and Brat being bred to Mayday. So that's like making me think Mayday had Babeezy.
Victor still
What
got
other
that
way did
breeding
they
off.
catch it? Huh?
Right. He still got that breeding off though.
Yeah, he had it for a while though.
Yeah.
He said 6 months, that was a year.
Remember, you always question who the hell did he bred? Who makes who off of?
I had a lot of questions. You
Now,
know,
this is part of the show, y'all. This is the reality of why we saying what we saying, because it's really telling you the truth, but no bullshit behind it. Don't take away from the dogs, but what really happened, shit. But the good thing about it is Maytu got straws.
Yep. We really want to know. He's been profiled. And all you got to do is tell me, again, Brat and Maytu got the same dad. That's what that profile is supposed to tell you. Yeah. And we got the picture. And I did get the 2 goddamn puppies shortly after. So I don't know what they did. But I always wondered. I'm still stuck on the Babeezy shit.
She looked good in that picture when they bred her.
She was sick though. You see that knot on the side when the picture they took of her. That she was still being treated.
Yeah.
And that was before he bred to her. Because you don't see it in the breeding. The knot is gone. You know Victor had to go take a peek.
Yeah.
You could tell.
Yeah.
You see all that crazy bitch. And he
He
loved
muzzled
her.
her ass up.
He loved her. He loved her. He loved Brat. He wanted them puppies to come. And he said he worked very hard. Yeah, you worked very hard trying to save Brat. That's what you did. And you did very well with Mayday because you did get some puppies out of it. But this boy, there's a whole lot of shit this boy,
1,500 and something offspring, Bo?
Huh?
1,500 and something offspring?
Well, a lot of those dogs were bred when he was here, and a lot of those dogs are doubled up. That 15, that's just the number. A lot of them dogs eat up a whole bunch
I
of
mean,
times.
being, all right,
So
being
when you break it
realistic
down,
about
when
it.
you break it down,
Yeah.
he bred a lot of motherfucking dogs to make it.
Mhm.
And there was a whole bunch of shit within there. Again, Do I have questions? Remember, I am personally involved with these dogs, not just them. I'm around the dogs, so I know what's going on. Now, I'm telling you what made it left this mug, he left here with no puppies. And people that didn't have puppies was bred to them. Do the math. Those who were paying for it. You know, so then on top of that, Babesia, where'd that come from? So I had questions.
And didn't they do the Mayday, the Blondie breeding twice?
Yeah. So they were able to fix it. That I can't say. Because you definitely don't see Mayday and Blondie and them puppies. That's for damn sure. But like I said, he treated Brat, and Brat went on to have another litter, didn't she? Off of Maytoo.
He sure did.
So whatever the fuck he did, he fixed them. Whatever the problem was, Victor had a solution. So I can't say that, you know, I can tell you this much, that I still have a question mark based on what happened when Victor left with Mayday and the dogs that was here that was off of Mayday. The dogs that was coming back off of Mayday weren't the same type of dogs that Mayday had when he was here. If he was throwing dogs like he was throwing them over here, Mayday would have down near like 34 motherfucking points. If you go times the number of times he bred him after he went over there, it just went wild. Throwing Mayday dogs. You see what I'm saying? There wasn't, where are those numbers at? Are we not using the same bitches? Or I mean, we didn't fell off on the bitches. What's going on here? We getting them. Graveyard was one of the dogs that was here, but what's his name? Luigi and all them dogs was coming from what is his name? Hardhead or something like that. Those dogs, they was coming from Southern Kennels. $14 of those dogs was here. All them dogs he bred. If you add little Mayday, you know, that would be 15. So that means 3 of those dogs, only 3 dogs came from Southern Kennels with all them breedings, y'all, that came and made champions. You gotta give him some more because he got like 26, like 20, yeah, I know he's up under Frisco and he over 2, yellow. He's above yellow now. But his numbers was high up there with Frisco and G. There was a lot more other dogs, I guess, that went international to put more points on his pedigree. On the registered mirror list, you know, because he got a lot of dogs on that mug, like Frisco and G. Them ain't the same numbers that I've seen in the update, but them dogs, them top 5 dogs are still there. The top 7 period, females too. And all the breeding and all the bitches, they still haven't been able to move Awesome Baby and Honey Bunch off the list. But I just show you, you know, it'll be hard to beat them bitches. To get some numbers, just imagine you had a bitch you could run off 10 champions and run up 10 points. Maybe a couple grand
They couldn't do it when the block.
Go ahead, Mike.
No, I was saying they couldn't do it when the block was hot.
No, in the 90s, I mean, if it was to be done, it would have been done in the 2000s because the 90s have set everything up. All that was going to be great was great. Now it's just a matter of putting it together. And as you see on the registered merit list, you see what the 90s was throwing. You don't even see Ruckus on here yet. No, I know. I mean, I ain't got my glasses, but let me see if I can see Galman, because I know Galman should be on here. If not, I don't even think he made the list yet. Y'all want to help me look? We'll start at the top, see if we can find Galman. Galman threw some nice dogs.
If it get too hard on you, man, just blow it up, man. You know, you got your glasses.
Yeah.
The bifocals, yeah, you should be able to see. Oh, why you doing that?
See, you don't see Gambler on there, or Ruckus. You see what I'm saying? So there's a couple dogs and it's not on the list. And Baby would have been on the list in 2007 or 6. No, I got out of dog in 2004. It was 2007. When Baby made this, she had 4.
My man Garland said Gary Dowdy, hands down, best dog man ever met. And I knew everyone, Hargrove, Ratliff, Gregory Locklear, Undertaker, everyone. You make sure you represent him too, don't you, bro?
Who's that, Mike?
Garland. He always represent old man Dowdy, which we know he was a bad motherfucker. Everybody said when you go to mess around with him, you better bring a bulldog.
Yeah.
Gary Dowdy, yeah, he was well known. You better have a bulldog.
Man, he was a dog, man. He wasn't much as a breeder. Remember, don't take 3 for a female. And he was producing some dogs. He was just not getting them all in one dog. He had a yard. Facts be known. It is what it is. Some guys just match dogs. They don't even be on that breed and shit. They be on there trying to do some dogs. And he had a lot of dogs. So you gotta look at what he was doing. He was matching dogs. Nothing else. And you win many like he was. And again, you won't find a lot of the champions out there either. But that came along later. He wasn't a 90s baby. He wasn't even an early 2000 baby. He was after that. But again, you know, the game, you know, I was a math teacher and I was doing equations, you know, and I was any type of an Einstein type person where, you know, based on the history of what I'm seeing here and then taking factors from, you know, how times has changed and the pros and the cons, what was taken away and what was enhanced, you know, I would say, you know, again, where the 90s played such a part because the 90s changed everything. And it didn't do nothing but, you know, literally get better going into the early 2000s until 2003. 2004, all hell hit the fan. So that literally kept the community completely, it literally put it at a standstill at a point because everybody was scared to move. Ain't nobody trying to put shit in that journal. And those who was brave enough to do it, I guess, you know, that's why they had 2004 with Macho Buck on the cover. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but by that time, they had the journal locked down because you know
They had
everything.
the Popos had the journal.
Yeah.
And he continued publishing the journal until he went to jail. Now, what did I tell you?
Well, hey, look, ain't that when you said when all our Latino friends got recognized?
Oh yeah, they all came up.
Yes, sir.
I told you, I asked questions. Hey, what's going on down there at Evolution, man? You know I be knowing shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you know, I got some dogs from Evolution. Remember I got the little red male and then I sent Sarah Kell back. No, I didn't. I sold Sarah Kell to the boys who bought Nasty Nick. And they ended up breeding Sarah Kell to Nasty Nick. Nasty Nick was off of Nickel Jr. and Sassy Girl. And he bred them two together. And Sarah Kell had pup. Man told me as soon as that dog got away from Brat, she had puppies. He said the first time that bitch, as soon as he got her there, she didn't have her 6 months, and she came in, he bred a Nasty Nick and got puppies. Look the shit up. Sarah Kell being bred a Nasty Nick. That was, I had the bitch 3 years and couldn't get a puppy out of her ass. But I had her tied by Brat.
Let's know another one that tripped me out, Mo. When Jesse, bred ugly.
Oh, man, I told you, man. He got mad because I told him, man, get this bitch out. I don't want her, man. Well, you go ahead and breed her. Just breed her. Man, I'm not breeding this barking ass, ugly ass dog, man. He had the right name for her too, and she was noisy. She was an ugly pit bull. She didn't look like a pit bull.
Didn't she produce?
Yeah, she threw some dogs.
Yeah, ugly threw some dogs though.
Yeah, it was Yellow Buck. She was off a Yellow Buck bred back to his sister Champion Piggy. The Yellow Buck had little May's sister was a champion. But that's what I be calling good breedings, though. You know, they know how to do it. Big Mike and them know how to do it. And all I did is follow their formulas. That's all I did. Follow Victor's shit. I followed all of them. Hell on Earth. Run over there and bred the CD. And then you just know when you on to something, man. And if you're playing in with the big ones, and I just so happen to be lucky enough to be around the big ones to be able to get the opportunity to see what I see. After I see it, I can see it, I can use it, I'm gonna do it. I just wanted to play like everybody else is playing. And the only way I can get that way, I gotta get the dogs that they playing with. Damn that other shit. I don't need the papers, I need the dogs. I gotta have the dogs to do it. I knew I had one thing in my favor. I knew that if Red Ace could throw me something, I was gonna get something. Especially being bred to Mayday. I knew I was gonna get something. Red Ace was that bitch. And I knew after seeing Mayday looking like a 35-pounder, a big 60-pound motherfucker moving around like a pandy, one of them, being a big dog, shoot, I was convinced. I'm telling you, Mayday was a bad motherfucker, y'all. And I knew when I made that breed in the brat, you know what I'm saying, that I was going to get something out of that. But the move was Red Ace going to Mayday. That killing machine right there going to Mayday, I knew I was going to get something out of that. I wasn't expecting two of them, but I knew one of them was going to be a beast. Because ain't nowhere in the world this damn Mayday and Red Ace shouldn't be giving me something. Because both of them was killers. Both of them. He definitely got them too. That's just what I thought I was going to get.
And that ain't just talking. I show you. We got what we wanted.
It sure did. Brat and Little Mayday made up for Red Ace. Because she definitely left something there to work with. And they would destroy her. Can't say whether it was Mayday or Red Ace or both of them. But they definitely threw some killers. Go in there and eat your ass up. You know, I can't, me personally, I can always feel like, you know, I might not been Queen of Heart and I might not been Pandy for sure. But I tell you what, I had two motherfuckers coming off of Red Ace and Mayday. It was just as bad as their ass it was. You was not going to beat their ass. You was not going to beat them. They going to smash you. And that's what they did. They smashed shit. That's when you know something was working. I had it. I felt good to see it. I'm glad to see Little Mayday did what he did. Because he was all that. He broke Brat's leg like it wasn't shit. That's how hard them dogs was biting. And they had the ability and the crazy, you know, they had the crazy of Mayday and the Mayday's ability, but they had that go in there and break your ass off and get into that stifle, and this is where it stops. They do everything they can do to get back there. And once they back there, it's over. And that's exactly what their style was, both of them. They gonna get back there. And nothing you can do to stop them. They gonna get back there. And that's because they had that crazy Mayday. Mayday was determined. You hurt him, you was through. You hurt him, he killing you. And he did that to a 5-time winner and a 4-time winner. Killed them both. Quick. After he got hurt. One broke his leg and the other punctured his lung. Killed them both.
That
motherfucker bad. I'm telling you, man, they sleeping on that one. When you start talking about one of the baddest films off of Mayday, was like Mayday, I would have to say Little Mayday. I would have to say Little Mayday and Barracuda.
But Little Mayday didn't go no time either.
Well, I mean, I say again, I said Little Mayday and Barracuda. Them was two bad motherfuckers that remind you of Mayday. Little Mayday was more like Mayday than Barracuda was.
As far as destruction.
Definitely.
Yeah. That intensity.
Yep. They gonna get back there. Same with Brat. And nothing you can do to keep them like they gonna get back there. And then that Water Day little bit did the same thing. Can't keep, once they get back there, it's over. And they gonna get back there. They gonna beat your ass until they get you in the place where they got you. And that was a line. That's a line.
Buck Rogers, same thing.
Same thing. Shit, Elrod and them, that's why Elrod lost his face. Kept going back there. Took his whole face off. These was dogs, man, that, you know, copying ain't no bad thing when you copying with the great shit and reproducing what they producing. That's the key. That's good math. What you mean? Educated math. Follow the leader.
Especially when you can show them, here's the proof. To me, that's where the difference lies, Mo. I mean, the paperwork, okay, but here's the proof.
You got to be able to walk out there in your yard. And me, I used to go out there and look on my yard. I swear to God, y'all. I mean, I got pictures of the yard with the dogs. And I got all these red-nosed damn dogs out here. Some of them Brindle red. I mean, I got from Nickel Jr., I got Stone City, I got Mayday, I got Twisted, I got all of them up on my yard. So when you go talk about walking out there on the yard and doing some evaluating, I could still go out there and critique my yard. I can tell y'all which ones was the ultimate ones and which one was all right and which one was well. To all those champions I bred to, I can give an analogy of what I could walk on my yard and pull out and say, okay, this, okay, that, this, and that. And I can tell you.
And show them.
Yep.
This is what it
Sassy girl, the cock diesel threw some game ass dogs. Even, I would even say rough. But they couldn't survive them motherfucking Maytoo pups. Them Maytoo dogs. Them Buck Rogers and Yellow Day and that. They couldn't handle them. They were different type of dogs.
Too much heat.
Too much heat. Game now.
The game now, yeah, they was game.
But that was it.
Because we was putting our best
not when we putting the best on the best.
Best, yeah.
The Nickel Jr. dog, same thing.
Didn't cost us nothing to see the truth.
Yep, Sassy girl to Nickel Jr. Game. That was it. Just game. Just like Nickel Jr. Game. We put a killer on him, all you can do is show me gameness. I can't match no shit like that. They lucky Nickel Jr. survived. Brought his ass over here to the States, he'd have did what Nickel did, lose. I believe that. No? But did they throw some good dogs? Yeah, they threw some good dogs though. They were Stone City dogs. They threw good dogs. They threw some good ones. Yep. Yellow Nico threw some pretty nice dogs over there at Citrus Kennels.
I think
the Blondie bitch, I never bred her. The bitch was on the yard the whole time, y'all. I never bred the bitch. And she looked just like Blondie. Red. That blonde looking color. Red nose. Yeah, never bred her. Got a picture of her too. Never got around to breeding her. I ain't a fan. I can breed a cold bitch.
But she ain't gonna be your first choice.
She is not gonna be my first choice. That's right. I ain't breeding no cold bitch. I couldn't do it. Not when I got these other bitches I can breed to. I'm breeding Maytoo to everybody but her. And she right there. Coming off a Nickel Jr. and Sassy. And I still wouldn't breed Maytoo to her. Knowing what I know about the Stone City bitches. If they cold, they will produce. But why couldn't I force myself to do that? Well, I know that. She could have threw some badass dogs. I had Buck Rogers I could have bred to her. He came down off of the Yellow Buck stock. She's off of Nickel Jr. I had all the opportunity to put the right dogs with her. She was still around when Twisted Nickel came along. Shit, Twisted Nico came off of Twisted, and a dog coming down off of Nico bred the champion Sugar off of Bozak. Got that on the yard. Good male, and still would not breed to that damn bitch. I just couldn't get myself to do it. So that's how I was acting when I walked out there and evaluated my yard. You know, and with the dog I had, and I couldn't find myself to do that breeding right there, and I always questioned it. You know, yeah, I'm out here breeding Buck Rogers to the shit. That's making more sense to me. Okay? Not that cold bitch. I'm gonna breed to this bad bitch. Then breeding her to start Carol, she was cold. I bred Buck Rogers to her, but I would expect her to be cold. You know, every damn one of them cold bitches out of that litter do some champion. Every damn one of them. That Stone City baby dog threw Black Isis champion. Out of that, she was litter mate to damn little buck. That little Sammy dog, I forgot what his name is, but he was the litter mate to those dogs. He produced a champion. Matter of fact, he became an all-in. No, Sarah Carroll became a POR. Still produced a champion. If you look at it, these are still breeder moves. Breeders. These breeders, these dudes with the females. The females. And you can see that there's not a lot of them. Okay? There's not a lot of females. And come on, 5 out of 40 bitches was champions? Only 5. That says a lot.
Even though it said 2002 in that journal, that book right there, it still don't take away from the fact that at that time period there was a whole lot of shit going on, and that's the best that we could get out of it, all that was going on.
Yep, Hollywood Red Lady and Dolly on the list, and they were litter mates. You ain't gonna find too many litter mates on the list like that. And if you look at the bitches, look at the bitches that have 4, and then look at the bitches that have 5. Down there, every one of them got Patrick in them. Look at them. Every one of them got Patrick in them. Awesome Baby, Limited Edition, Dirty Mary, Dolly, Lady Undertaker, Miss Leakey. That's just in that low. Go down there, you see Daisy May. Crazy Tippy. Then you see a lot of these yellow dogs too. You see them yellow dogs? They go Red Baby. They go Red Lady. They go Red Pinky. All got Patrick. We sure don't want to get into the yellow shit. Red boy shit.
Jeep shit.
Jeep shit, right. But these are, look at these are females. It's not a lot of them, man. You gotta understand that. I mean, and for the amount of dogs that was being done, and as you can see, look at the 90s. Penny, they was changing the game. 99 was a great year. This, to me, this is, I call this educational for being a breeder. If They can't, you know, especially when y'all know I don't use nothing but champions, so y'all already know I'm fucking with a list of some great bitches and some great males, documented. Okay, so it's not much of an argument when if we all looking at the same thing and analyzing what we're looking at. You know, again, there's so much in this. There's so much information in just this list that can teach a lot of people how to get there. If you can understand how they got there, then you know. And we're talking about top level shit, right? Top level breeding, historical shit that you know that made history. You can look at it and see this is what it was doing, this is what happened. Look at hardcore. You got Pepsi up there. We can see him up there a couple times, ain't we? I see hardcore Pepsi. Y'all let me know if I passed one and missed one. I know Breaker on here somewhere. Where Breaker at?
You going down by the 70 names one?
Yeah, I'm looking for, I know Hardcore got Pepsi and I'm looking for Breaker. I know Breaker up in there somewhere. Yes, she is. Third one down. He got 2 bitches on the RM list. Hollowworth had 2 bitches on the RM list. Almost had 2 litter mates. I tell you a lot there. Have 2 bitches make RM litter mates.
Dan said Undertaker has some hounds. He did his thing.
Right. But there was Patrick.
Big shout out to my man.
Go ahead, Mike.
Oh, big shout out to my man. 1978 Lloyd in the house. What up, fam? Sorry about that.
But they just give you more insight. Patrick dogs, a lot of Patrick dogs up there on that list, on them females. So then you got that yellow shit with hardcore. You know he's showing you his progress. Why? Why is he on that list? Because Daddy's on the list.
Hey Mo, you got a question. Big shout out to my man 27. What up, fam? Welcome to the Shark Tank fam. He said, how good was Luke Kane?
Luke Kane was good. Luke Kane was, look, I'll put it like this. Mayday had this thing that was definitely a genetic trait. These are crazy ass dogs, y'all. I mean, when you say fight crazy, they had an intensity that was like Dragon Ball Z. That's the best way to put it. If you know there was different levels to Dragon Ball Z, you know? Well, Mayday produced dogs that had that Super Saiyan shit in them. You know, they was just, their intensity was different. When I say they had a look of a crazy person when they fought, that's what made them dogs special. All of them had it. All of them had it. Every one of them that I seen had it. That crazy, fight crazy. They just know that's what they gonna do, and that's what all they wanna do. When they get to fighting, it's on some different shit. They crazy. I mean, they fight with intensity. Luke Kane is not gonna lose. You ain't gonna beat him. He looked at, to me, his grand championship match then was based on what, I didn't see it, but Mike didn't like it. He said he had him too bulky.
Hey, 27. Yeah, and I did see your I did see this, but I knew Mo was speaking on it. And you said how special was Mayday, but you know, I went to the
Mayday
Luke Kane
was.
thing because Mayday was that shit. How special was he?
Nah,
As
yeah,
a
he- like I
bulldog
said,
in the
if
box, he was tell him all. I
He
mean,
he was that mark. He was the man. Like I said, he was a 60-pound dog that fought like a 35-pound male. Fast, rough, crazy. If you hurt him, he gonna kill you. Period. I put it like this, he did. I said, a 4-time winner and a 5-time winner. One broke his leg, one punctured his lung. And both times, he killed both of them. At least within the next 7 to 10 minutes, they were dead. That's how rough Mayday was. He looked like a small, big-ass dog that fought like a little dog. Fast, quick. He was a killer. He was the most intricate part of what made a dog hard to beat. Those that were out there. Why was they so hard to beat? Because they had that thing, that crazy thing, that look. You go look at Brat in her picture and look at her. That's how they all look when they fight. Like nuts. You get them in that corner and you see that shit looking across the wall from you, man. I done seen them all. That look they be looking at, there's a reason why I think they be looking through the animal. Because they can't wait to get back over there. They get to screaming, they get to hollering, Brat get to try to bite your ass. And get right back over there and start smashing shit. It was just on another level. That's what made those Mayday dogs, I'm talking about the great ones, the ones that won, what made them hard to beat. Because you just can't beat the crazy. Determination, that wasn't determination, that was some crazy shit. That's what made them. You know, all of them had it. And to me, out of all the champions that I would put at the bottom of the list, and this is not being mean, but CD was one of those that I would say, out of all of them, CD would be the one that, you know, if you had to have the bottom champion off of Mayday, which one would it be? It would be Cognizant. And Cognizant was a good dog. He produced champion. He produced a good champion. But you know, when it comes to, you know, he was a red dog and he would eat your ass up too. But you know, when you go comparing him to all the other ones, all them other ones, he deserved to be there. But he was nothing like Barracuda. He was nothing like Twisted. He was nothing like Luke Kane. He wasn't nothing like Noriega. He wasn't nothing like Hunch. He just wasn't like them. But he was a good dog. That crazy is why he was a champion. He wasn't as talented as all the rest of them, as far as going in there kicking your ass. He had to work a little bit. And he was in the DMV, so it wasn't nothing easy. Hell on Earth had him. And Hell on Earth, he didn't walk nothing soft. And you in the DMV, so, you know, like I said, he earned his shit. But the bad motherfuckers, the rough ones, they all had that crazy to them. Graveyard, all of them had that crazy to them. That's why they were winning. You can't get past the crazy. To me, that's what it is. You know, their intensity was another level. You know, they was definitely another level. Everything about it, everything they was doing, you know, everything was another level. The scratches were crazy scratches.
Mo,
You know, yeah.
tell them, man, that crazy you seen in Pandy, that crazy you seen in
You
Queen.
see in Queen, yeah.
I mean, when you see a killer at
I
work,
mean, 9 million
man,
wasn't no joke either. I
Right.
mean, if you wasn't a bad motherfucker, 9 million get your ass, and she had no teeth. She was breaking up shit. She was destroying shit, man, with no teeth, and she really didn't have no teeth. And it showed you how gang she was, because her longest and hardest match was number 5. You know, her worstest match would have been going in the panties. But hey, another thing that I was pointing out in a lot of these things when it comes to the genetics, y'all, you know, again, if you look on these lists of all these known great dogs that's on this list, you know what I'm saying? You know these dogs.
hey Mo,
Yeah.
hit that one I got tagged up there.
Okay. Let me go back and see. I'm not in your room. Okay, what you want me to hit?
Oh no, 27 asked
How the crow strain compared to Mayday?
we had that conversation, didn't we?
We had that conversation.
Yeah, you could tell him short version.
Well, the crow dog, I'm sorry to tell you this, but no comparisons on it. I would put him when it comes to the tier. I'll tell you what I do. I want to go there. We did a show on this, okay, but for me to just sit there and tell you, man, no, man, Crow couldn't touch Mayday. Well, first of all, y'all see where Mayday is on the register of merit list. Okay, now Crow comes along after that, okay? So I'm gonna go get Crow this time only.
As he pecks away.
Yeah.
Big shout out to my man MB. What up, fam? I seen you.
Okay, yeah, come guys. I got him.
We're working on that. My man MB said, how was Champion Rodney? I believe he was the half brother to Grand Champion Mayday. Grand Champion Rodney. Well, this the Grand Champion.
Grand Champion Rodney came before Mayday. Grand Champion Rodney was out there before Mayday. Mayday was around in the 90, 95, 96, 94. Rodney was in like the 88, 89, 90s. Rodney was a tough little dog. He was game as shit. He was a typical yellow dog. That's what he was. I don't know where Mayday and them got that crazy shit from. I can't, but then I've seen hardcore shit too. Matter of fact, I can't even, and bullshit y'all, Stone City has some crazy rough ass dogs too. I mean, these dogs they were very rough. They had an intensity that would make you fight. They would beat you, but they would make you fight. Kuroda had all the good shit in him to make him a good dog, and he produced some good ones. But y'all gotta keep in mind, this whole top half is another country. Kuroda's double Mayday, and thank God. Because you look at anything else in this pedigree, you tell me what could have been a contributing factor Like Black Magic, yeah. I mean, they got to walk down too now. One, bomb, bomb. Okay, they got to walk down. You see that shit? Heinzel, Tombstone, Low Posse Buster, Eli shit.
And you know what I always said? That L, them L's, as long as that Eli shit was going to be around, them L's was always going to follow.
Yeah. Because they're going in the top competition, and the worst thing you can put on an Eli dog is a game red boy dog or a killer. Because they're going to come out fast, and the killer will get in there, and here it comes. You know, dead game. So you know how that loss came. Dead game. Dead game. Okay? The crazy is what made that one dead game. You know what I'm saying? We already know if this dog gonna lose, it's gonna lose dead game. But to me, it looked like she lost twice. The L could have been her getting picked up. The next one, they didn't pick her up. But this is Corona, though. Now, I did this the last show, and we went down there, and as you can see, we got pages of this shit. It's hard to find the champions, ain't it? There's one right here. Compared to Mayday, that's what your question was. There's one there. One there. No, that ain't even one. Here's one here. Here's one there. Have you noticed we seeing what you're seeing?
Hey, I want to give a big shout out to my man Seawood. What up, fam? My man Frederick Hasbob in the house. He said Southern Kennels had Rodney bred into the Mayday line.
Well, that's true.
Yep.
But Rodney was yellow. He was more like Yellow John, if I'm correct. They go Osiris. But see, if you notice, there's not a lot of them here. Now, if I was to do that to Mayday, you know, you're gonna see a lot of champions. That's all. But he threw some good dogs. But if we go clicking on them, like here go one here with an L. You know, you'll see a couple of those in here. Here go one. They do, when they do lose, you'll see some of them have the game lost. But as you can see, there's not an abundance of champions and grand champions. Osiris right there. I know there's another champion in here that won one. But as you can see, the production, he's definitely an all-around. But looking at what you're seeing, would you compare him to Mayday? And a lot of these are international. 4-time winner, game loser. They go international one right there. International, you see a lot of international. So when we go to speak on the Corona dogs based on the United States, the one we can go after would be this one. The more recognizable one that we all learn to love and speak on when we start talking about the Corona stuff. Big 52-pound monster. You know what I'm saying? And what did they? How did they do it? Follow the lead. Follow the lead. Now we know what made Corona. All this extra shit in here, you know. But that top half, all that international shit up there, we can do without it. Cause we got better dogs when we did this one. Cause what we go back to, we didn't go back to that way. We went back to the Mayday way. See, this is what you call a smart breeder. He made his bitch all around by making the right move. There's a whole lot of Mayday up in this shit, y'all. Mayday.
Show you.
Mayday. Yellow girl, this shit here. Mayday. See? Mayday. That's this yellow girl. A whole line of this shit. Stacking this shit like you do with the Bolio dogs. Remember, I talked about that all the time. Same way we saw this last show when we were talking about the St. Benedict dogs. Stacking. All that, look, all this shit is Mayday. Yellow girl 2 all up in this. On top of that, you know what I mean? Mayday going back to yellow girl. Then you go down here, you got Dudley. That's the bitch that produced Luke Can right there. More Patrick. Bam Bam. He a Mayday dog. But I'm gonna jump. But see, that's the Corona stuff. Osiris, this dog right here, look. He had 3 litter mates. He had 2 litter mates with him. That's that heavy Mayday shit. You know, that's the bitch. You see all that Mayday? They stacked it. Boy, I'll tell y'all about that stacking shit. And we doing that's giving you a whole lot of genetics when it comes down to tallying up a dog that's got a genetic trait as Mayday does. It's still looking like Mayday dogs. Got a picture of all 3 of them. Look at them. They look like, they look at the bodies, they look like buck dogs, because they is buck dogs. They just got the yellow dogs in them. You see the little common markings, the white little toes, beautiful bodies. One thing that Creole dog, they could throw, they could, you know, it's still because they got the buck dogs in them. Another one. Look at the feet. Look at the body. 40-pounder. Hold on, where'd I go? And I go get Cyrus right quick. We already have a picture of him right there. All the dogs look the same, pretty consistent. All of them looking like a Mayday. But was they Mayday? Mayday was a common factor and a major factor. And good note to look at all that shit that didn't work. Y'all looking at the shit that do work. You feel me? I gives y'all the shit that do work, so why waste our time on the other shit when we looking at wet work? And I always say there's something you can always remember. If yellow could throw dogs and you can stack yellow and he can still produce great dogs. Bolio, if you can stack Bolio and they can produce great dogs, then you can stack Buck and he produce great dogs. Like Mayday produce great dogs. You know, like Stone City dog produce great dogs. We're still talking about dogs using Patrick and Red Boy. And you can do the same thing with the Jeep dogs and the Tab dogs. You know, you can do the same thing when you go over there and do it and start tearing down the hardcore dogs. The yellow dogs is factors in down to all that shit. The same as the Bolio. Same as the Jeep. Major factors. You can stack Garner shit. It's the stack game. If you want to continue being consistent with the line of dogs. That's what's being proven because I'm showing you. Not with just, you know, I'm taking good dogs and doing it. And you see what they are. Grand champion, registered married. How'd they get there? We just investigated. I want to go and do one just because my man bought it up. And I want to ride with him on this. Grand champion Rodney. Look how Rodney look. Rodney is coming off of yellow, but look how Rodney look. Rodney was up north. Rodney was looking just like that. Looking just like a Mayday dog before Mayday even came along. And he got more Jocko in him than he got yellow in him. That's why he has a Mayday like in head like yellow, but carried the Jocko body. Why? Because they stocked Jocko. You see it? They stocked the shit out of it. Y'all see that, right? Genetics. Now, why didn't he become a registered married? Good question. Genetics. Genetics. Did he produce some good dogs? He produced dogs that did produce some good dogs. That's for damn sure. This little Yaya bitch was a bad little dog too. Yeah, she has some ability and she can bite. But the key is the Jocko. Did it go anywhere? It don't go far without the yellow being the key factor. If yellow ain't the key factor, then you're gonna get this kind of shit. But let me point out before all this frow and help y'all right quick by showing you facts.
Big shout out to my man, Kobe. I see
Golden
you, fam.
Girl. My bus. Golden Girl. Who's the key factor in this one? Eh? Stacking. Bad bitch. Producing bitch. Let's go check out the bad bitch first. Still stacking. Still stacking. See what I'm saying? Little mate. Who's the common factor? Still stacking. See what I'm saying? I don't see all the winners in here, but she definitely got some. Common factor, yellow. When you can stack them, you can carry a line. Pay attention to the breeders. That's all in the breeding. Tell me they ain't copying. Tell me that this guy ain't copying on back. He keeping it right on down the line. Ain't they? That's what they doing, right? Here's the breeder, there's the breeder, there's the breeder, there's the breeder. And each one of them, Grand Champion Yellow, Grand Champion Yellow, Grand Champion Yellow, Grand Champion Yellow. Way out on my list. Oh, yeah, he's on that list. This is what made those dogs standouts. We just saw one stacked with Mayday. So you know that's going to be stacked with yellow. And they kept stacking it. That is not a... Come on, that's a formula, right? We see the stacking formula right there. And we just came off of Osiris being stacked with Mayday in his shit. When you can stack, like Bolio, when you stack Bolio, we stack St. Benedict's Bailey, you know what I mean? We stacking these dogs that's producing winners. And for the people, you think that they really matching up papers? Or are they copying and to keep it tight and right? Ask those that are breeding. What David Tant doing? What did Powerhouse do when they bred the Rodney? What was they doing? What was he doing when he went to Mayday? The right thing. And yes, she just one of them ones on the list. Mike, we seen her go. Remember she beat Stone City? She won bit that bitch in her chest and then she started blowing up with air. Punctured her lung. Her body was filling up with air. She was swelled up like a balloon. She could bite. But they were all crazy. I'm showing y'all breedings. And you know, like I said, we don't pull up nothing but, dogs is worthy to pull up. What's the use of talking about a dog that ain't all around? We trying to get moved forward. We trying to find how to move something. I'm showing you different examples and using different pedigrees to do this too, y'all. I'm showing you there's a formula in this shit. I just don't be just saying it. I'm pointing it out with different lines. They're all doing the same fucking thing. Tell me that ain't copying. They're using the same process, same formula, and different lines and getting the same fucking results. And we're not talking about just any dog, we're talking about the great ones. But did we lose? Did we lose something? Or the dogs that kept coming on down the line, great dogs. Yes, they were great dogs, but what did we lose in the process? We lost the production. You got to continue stacking Mayday. If you don't continue stacking him, the line is going to fall off. He's the factor. He is the factor because Yellow was the factor. Because Yellow John was the factor. Because Red Boy was the factor. These are dogs that you can stack and maintain a good line of good dogs. It really belongs to the breeder to get it done. And for those who got it done, you know why. The credit goes to the breeder.
Evaluate your yard, fellas, because I'm pretty sure these dudes was.
They was evaluating, they were making smart moves. I mean, these is not just any type of moves, man. These was damn good moves. And this is a working kennel, so it was not hard to see. You got Jocko, another Jocko Red Boy cross, and this is a heavy Jocko cross, but he couldn't produce shit. He produced some dogs. You're gonna find Rodney in there, but how far will it take you? You can't get far if you don't stack it. And he was not going to take Rodney and stack that Jocko shit. Because it wasn't going to take him nowhere. He's not a key factor. He is a factor, but not the key factor. Yellow was the key factor. Good dog, though. I had to give it to him. Corolla was a good dog. But was he Mayday? No. Not at all. But was a good producer? Yes, sir. Great one? No. Not when you go try to compare it to Mayday.
And because of that Carver shit, you was always gonna be suffering them ails. And that's just me talking. I ain't like Mo. I just call it like I see it. Every time I see Carver, that means, Eli. So,
yeah, but you're going to see a lot of these dogs, like you see these dogs right here, a lot of these dogs, they're not in the United States. A lot of them. Dog has 17 grand champions, 8 champions in his breeding program. This is how they was breeding. Look how they breeding. Everybody trying to get some Corona shit. You'd have felt like the mama shit would have really stood out, right? What did they do? They took, tell me they ain't copying. Tell me they ain't copying. Ain't that a copy move? Mayday Stone City? Again, a formula, right?
You evaluate your breeding and what you come up with, Mo.
On which one? On this one?
Yeah.
Well,
it looked the same.
Going with
but
the
it
mind,
didn't
going with the mind of a breeder, you know. Again, the cross right here, this black mama dog to him, it didn't really do shit. Remember, I was looking at his breedings, and you know, good breeding, good effort, but where's the work? Did that black mama cross work? Evidently it didn't. When you start pulling out the shit that did work, that's what you remember. We did those. Osiris, that worked, you know what I mean? We pulled out the winners. Here's a sporting dog win right here. Unknown female, you know. But you can't tell. I don't know, you know, when people start looking at the Corona stuff, and you have to admit, I mean, you gotta admit, gotta dive back into the Mayday. He can produce. And he was definitely a black Mayday dog, wouldn't you say? So wasn't he's just one of a few. I told you we're going to turn the Mayday dogs black. Oh, you might. Hold on, let me get back here where y'all everybody at.
Stop sharing.
And it still boils down to y'all. It's still what we looking at. If y'all can't see it, then y'all need to keep going back and see my point, because it really boils down to what the whole show was about tonight when it comes to evaluating your yard. When you go to evaluate your yard based on what you see here tonight, and really take a good look and say, well, you know what? I seen something tonight. I see what he talking about. I see what it takes to get one. Because it's not hard when it's right there in front of you to analyze. You got to take those good dogs. And you got to make the right breedings and know when to stack and what to stack with. You don't, you mess with the shit that's making the list. You gotta have the shit that's making the list. It just don't take just the wins. You gotta find it. You gotta find the factor of what was winning. Realize what that factor was. Play on that factor to get it to your yard. And you have to really know your yard to be able to breed your yard. And know what you're doing with your yard to get the winners out of your yard, is what I would say back in my time. I'm looking for winners. I ain't looking for a pretty pedigree. Pedigree to me ain't shit without a winner. I can have 12 dogs on the yard and got one champion. You only see me pull out the champion's pedigree.
That leads me to the point that I was trying, that we had in the description was the paperwork versus the proof. Where breeders lean too heavily on famous names for generations back while ignoring the physical and the mental traits of the dog right in front of them. You telling them, you showing them, you know what I mean? Evaluating your yard, your own yard. Honest self-assessment, how to critique your own dogs objectively before deciding on a breeding match rather than relying solely on hype or bloodline reputation. Just putting it in the perspective, fellas. It's always going to be about the proof. Paperwork versus the proof, which takes us back. The paperwork ain't shit without the proof, which means the proof is the dog, and the dog gonna make the papers. Period. Hey, that's just a quick way of sliding it in, so you can at least understand. Big shout out to my man, MB. He had a question. I don't want to overlook it. It's a question. What was Mayday style? I guess that heard the rough part, but I also keep hearing about ear sucking. Was he an ear sucker? MB, let's put it like this. How can an ear sucker be a killer? How you going? I ain't never seen one killed by the ear. Mo, you still there? Mo might around to get something to drink. But I'm gonna just tell you the part I know. I mean, if you heard he was an ear sucker, I know, and and the people who have seen him, they would say the same thing. Basically, the same thing we said and we seen. For the ones who say he was an ear sucker, I don't see people breed Mayday dogs that have an ear sucker. When did you ever hear of a Mayday dog being an ear sucker? A Mayday dog being an ear sucker. Most of the time you heard Mayday dogs being aggressive killers. But see, you gotta want to believe the hype because it might be sitting there, but let's talk about the facts. Take the hype and all that bullshit out of the conversation, because if they was just ear suckers, you would want an ear sucker too.
For real. Why you talking shit?
Why you think that's the situation? Should have been a whole lot of motherfuckers out there trying to get an ear sucker. But if that was the case, but it wasn't. Everybody wanted a killer like Mayday.
And those lucky enough to have them, we can talk about them. This is a matter about the ones we ain't talking about. those might be the ones you call an ear sucker, but what are they if they ain't worth your shit anyway? We talk about the winners.
No, but I think his question was about he heard Mayday with the ear sucker.
Mayday?
Yeah. Hold on. You didn't see this? You didn't see
No.
his
Put that up there. Somebody said that?
Yeah. MB, he had a question. I had it pinned up here. I had it pinned up. Well, let me go back and get it. I said you must have went out and got something to drink. This question right here. That's what he said. Question. What was Mayday's style? Heard the rough part, but I also keep hearing about ear sucking. Was he an ear sucker?
How can Mayday be an ear sucker and he killing shit? I just gotta ask one question. Does an ear sucker have the ability to kill a dog? If you say yes, then you should be real nice to know that if they call Mayday an ear sucker, he was an ear sucker that could kill your ass. Okay? Because he was definitely a killer. I said he got his leg broke, killed him in 5 minutes. He got bit in the chest, punched his lung, and killed him in 5 minutes. And I don't think he did it stuck in the ear. So he was stuck in the ear, he got his leg broke. He sure came off that ear. If he was sucking the ear when he got hit in the chest, then he sure got off that ear. And he did something other than suck an ear to kill their ass in 5 minutes. And I mean 5 minutes. So they got the part with the rough part right. You said that's true. And they may be talking about the ear sucking shit. I don't know about no ear sucking shit. Maybe it was a killer. Period. He wasn't sucking no ear. He was fucking your ass up. He wasn't riding around on no ear hustling and wrestling. He was in there to destroy your ass. Can't be a rough dog with a sucking the ear unless you're snatching his head off.
He was too busy trying to fuck your
If
ass
I had an
up.
ear sucker like judo, y'all would love an ear sucker. Y'all ever saw judo? Judo was an ear sucker.
Robert T was a great ear sucker.
Yep, Robert T was a great ear sucker. He be champion grabbing him on the head. Ear sucking is not a bad thing when you long as you're winning. I wouldn't give a damn what he doing as long as he's winning.
But what was his problem?
How can you talk about a great dog? I mean, it could be any other dog, but to even try to downsize Mayday like he wasn't shit. Guarantee you, whatever you feed can't compare to this motherfucking way out on that list. Not only is he a grand champion, he's a dog of the year. He's in the top 5 dogs, the greatest of producing dogs. So anybody has to, in order to talk about the ear sucking like they're trying to downplay Mayday, you should be able to take the information that you see as fact and then bring it right back. Start sounding like you're a dog man and you're intelligent guys. If he was an ear sucker, what you feed? Am I going to be able to go over on this list and pull out the shit that you feeding on this list? Because my ear sucker's straight as hell on here, top 5. And producer. That's the conversation I would like to have with that person who told you that bullshit. Because he'll find out just how green he was. Because he was talking to you like you green and wouldn't know no better. That's why it's good you to ask so you can let him know. Next time you have that conversation, you'll know a whole lot more. You know when somebody shooting you some bullshit. The first thing I would do for trying me would be, first of all, tell me what you feed. Cause I know where he falls in the line of the game. Tell me what you feed. And see if he can tell you something better than the dog. You sitting there knowing this motherfucker top 5, grand champion, dog of the year. And the best he can get this motherfucker trying to tell you something is an ear sucker. Definitely asking what he feeding. And I can guarantee you, if he don't go Jimmy the Cricket on your ass, you're going to find out he trying to tell you some dumb shit because he really thinks you green and don't know no better. Coming to this show, I'm teaching you a lot for those envious, whining ass, crybabies that want you to be thinking that they got all the answers, but ask them what the fuck they feeding. And can I find your shit out here in any type of history, to see that what you feeding is worthy of me wanting to see what it is. You gotta call a great motherfucker ear sucker, and like he ain't shit, then you, what the fuck do you have? Cause I need to know. And don't play me like I'm green. Cause now I'm really set on the expectation based on your conversation. And don't make me have to say, oh Lord, man ain't got shit. You sound like you was important talking about a bad motherfucker. But as soon as I start talking about your shit, you talking about what you feed your dog. Oh Lord, let me get out of here. That's what you get for coming at me thinking I'm a green and don't know no better.
Playing from the outside, spectator. You know they always have a lot to say.
It's always the spectators got a lot to say. You know, don't nobody who ever done this shit talk that shit. Don't you know that? The people always got something to say. All you gotta do is turn around and say, well, what the fuck did you do? What the fuck have you had? Are you one of them kind to know everything about the game but ain't never done shit in the game? Are you one of them? Cause I don't like talking to y'all. Y'all don't know nothing. Cause y'all ain't never done that. Next thing you gonna know, you gonna be spending 15 minutes hating on shit. But you ain't got shit. Oh, let's talk about your shit. And watch them get quiet. Cause you sure as hell can't pump up nothing, cause you don't have nothing. Not compared to anything worthy of talking about, or we be talking about it. You wouldn't have to be out here hating on somebody else's shit when you got your own shit. We'll talk about your shit. Oh Lord, we get Jimmy the Cricket up in this damn place. When I start asking them questions, I'll be like, you see the little Disney character come running across the screen laughing, doing little dances and shit. He's not in. I'm taking his place. You know?
Saying shit, just dance.
Ain't saying shit now. Now we talking about your shit. What you feeding? That's another conversation tonight that covers. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Believing in that shit with no proof.
Mm-hmm.
Easy to talk that shit with no proof. That paperwork versus proof ain't shit.
I know this nigga ain't running in the house to go get his papers. Don't bring the papers out here to me. I don't want to see that shit, bro. I don't want to see your papers. You run in the house or grab his phone and start pulling up the Pedigree platform. No. I don't want to see none of that shit. You can start right here and tell me right here, so I don't have to even waste the time listening. Because they won't have shit. If you can talk about somebody else's shit to pop up your own shit, I can guarantee you ain't got shit. it's not wise to put people down in this game. It's really frowned upon back in our time in the basement. It's really, really frowned upon. You can get embarrassed out of match screaming out some bullshit. You know, so maybe you're going to lose your money and start talking some old crazy ass shit like everybody in the room green because your feelings been hurt and you see it coming. And you'll probably walk out of there not only with your money out your pocket, but really, you know, spotlight on you. Everybody throwing you weights. What weight you got? Everybody want to jump on your ass. Everybody want you.
Talk like you got that heat.
Yeah, you talking all that shit. We expect you to have something. Everybody got a weight. Well, what do you got? And the funny thing you could say is, sit there, oh, I'm in the midst of breathing right now. Oh my God, this dude here, no wonder you lost your money and was in here talking shit because you mad. You lost your money, now you want to talk shit. But that's how it be. Only the ones that don't have shit is always the ones talking shit. And it's easy to shut them up. Easy. I mean, just how far the conversation will go when you take the conversation and give it back to them.
Vance, let them know. Vance, let them know.
I'm sure they heard it a lot as much as they match dogs.
Well, yeah. How you going to get into a conversation with a man like that? How do you do that? I only take it that because you don't know, and you've been doing
right.
You do it so much.
I mean, you somebody sitting there talking to super kennels and they have no idea, and have the nerve to. Do you know how they be sounding? Y'all, do y'all really know what they look like? Ask Vance. How does it feel, Vance, to listen to somebody that have no idea who you are, but then they don't know who you are? Imagine the kind of person they trying to be to have this conversation with you.
With you
now. Imagine how this conversation going with this motherfucker talking shit like this is what he knows some shit. Like he knows some shit like you don't know shit. Have no idea. Sounded like a damn fool. I'm sorry. Foolish. You got them out there. You better be careful who you talking to, cuz you're going to be the joke. You the joke of the night. Oh, yep, that's Super Kennels. Oh, you don't even know who Super Kennels is? Oh, that's even worse. That's even worse. Don't even try to defer that one. If you don't even know who Super Kennels is and you trying to defer away from that goddamn situation right there, oh no, we getting the dunce hat. We getting the goddamn, you just became shark food.
Chum in the water.
Oh, all day. You can get ate up. Coming here with that noise and not knowing who he is and you steady yapping. And now the conversation is on you now? And what you gonna pull up? What you gonna pull up?
Don't even get him started. And he be modest about that shit. He just be like, man. But that's what the majority of the great ones.
That's what they do. If you done it before, you do not have to act like that. We don't talk about people like that. We don't. You ain't never heard me talk about it. I don't. I talk about it when you bring your shit to me, because I know what to give a fuck up everybody when it comes to me. I'm going to ask you what you got before you can get the conversation going. And we're going to ride that motherfucker like goddamn genuine. Okay?
Yeah. I'm going to let you get it off before my turn.
Mm-hmm. My turn is going to be over, because I know the next question you're not going to be able to answer, because you talk too much. Cut the talking and just show me something. What you got? What you didn't have? Something. No, you've been on my yard too long. Now we're gonna be on your yard. Now you gotta go to the bathroom.
No, Now you want to talk about my mama. How we go from dogs to my mama and my kids, man? You
Right.
don't know me, man. How we get to that? This is the embarrassing part and the flaws. Don't get caught up in the hype, man. It's never been about the hype. It's always going to be about the proof. Proof is always going to be in the pudding.
Yep. And for all those that got everything to say wrong about the journal and what the journal, thank God for the journal that we can have these classes. Because without the journal, we couldn't point these things out. These are things that's like, you know, scriptures to the history where you can go back, where you can't see it and do it now. You can go back and see it. It's supposed to give y'all guys understanding and the ability to see it, and if you can catch it and really start learning it, you know what I mean, depending on whatever the fuck you do with the shit, one thing for damn sure, you know how to breed a good dog. Because it still falls on the breeder. If the shit ain't right, breeder, you're the one doing the shit. And don't never let a man tell you who can't go home and grab one of his shit and come over there and beat your shit up. Say nothing to you. Because when you get it right, I guarantee you, you ain't gonna be no different than all these great kennels that I'm talking about. Or any different than any damn person that you see on that list tonight. That list is just facts of what was going on back then that y'all could see and understand. Can't change that shit. It is what it is. And if anything, it's a great learning piece of material for a breeder to understand. You can sit there and anybody request, want a copy of that list, I'd be glad to copy it and send it to you if you send me an email and be like, Glenn, can you get a copy of that registered mail list for me, please? Because it's very interesting to study. There's so much information in there and understanding how they got there. That's the whole key. Do you honestly believe you can get there without understanding how they got there? Because I have evidence to say through all the years and all the people that was out here doing it, there's sure not a lot of faces on there that we don't know. So that means we ain't expecting somebody to come out the woodwork taking over Jeep and we don't know nothing about you. By the time you get to that point right there, we're going to know about you. We're going to know about your line. We're going to know about your winnings. We're going to know about your offspring because you're doing something. You're winning with that shit. We're going to study that shit to see where you at, where it come from. That's when you know. When you hit that list, we're going to even study it even more. That's how you get people that want to breed their bitches over there and breed to your male. And that's why you want to take your bitch and go breed to a great male. Or a line that's going to put you in a position to get on a list. Or at least, you know, on somebody's podium. You know? You can look at these dogs' bodies and tell, man, that they look like there's certain lines, they just fit to just compete. You know, them macho buck dogs and them Mayday dogs, boy, when it comes to conformation and the way them dogs muscle up with that crazy attitude, them was great conformation dogs. Another line of good confirmation dogs. A good confirmation dogs was the Garner shit. They got good confirmation, nice bodies, strong looking, real stable like.
No flaws. Not saying he don't have some, but if time happens, you won't see him.
Right, because all the times it's still the numbers. You're going to have more trash than you're going to have good. You can trust me on that. You believe that. And there's good dogs out there, y'all, that's real crossed out, real nice. Town Ground, they got some nice crosses out there. I'm telling you, there's guys out there that got some Garner dogs. Them motherfuckers is bred out the world. Coming off of Bushwick Bill and all these other chemo, and I mean, they be looking good. So he's been able to hold that reign for a while. Can I call him the most successful dog man in modern times?
Yeah,
I think, yeah.
me too.
You know, we always got them asterisks though. You know, we got them overseas asterisks, and then we got the, you know, we got an asterisk for the sperm. You know, those asterisks, we got to set them aside, and they has to be considered. But it doesn't take nothing away from his accomplishment, because he went on another level to get that, and he deserves a lot of, you know, notification of respect for that. Even though we have our asterisks, and some of us who feel like, you know, there's dogs out there just as great as him that didn't need the sperm and years of it. There's some of us out here that's gonna look and then see that, you know, he's been doing this shit for a long time.
Can't hit on it.
You know, can't hate on him. But you're gonna have a lot of them that didn't make it. And that's why, you know, we never talk about them. Why? What's the purpose? We want to talk about his failures when he's so great. Why do we even discuss his failures unless you have some hater in there? You know, you notice I don't talk about nothing but champions, so come on. There's a reason why. Why would I want to talk about anything less when we need to get y'all to understand this is where it's at right here. This is where you want to be. This is where it all mattered when the work was done. That's all that matters. And this is what we're doing it. Not only did they win, look how they bred. Look how they got that. Look how they did this. Hey, that's all we're doing.
Evaluating the yard. Right. Come
Yeah.
on, man. Let them know, man. That's
Trying
right.
to.
Well, we can get out of here on that note.
Yes, sir. Hey guys, thanks, man. I hope y'all can really get in there and look at that. You know, it is part of history, and again, I said y'all gotta do is send me an email. Might put the email spam across the thing so they can. I'd be glad to take a shot of it and get you a copy of that list. It's a very interesting list, knowing the information that's in it is very valuable for anybody who's really trying to get their hand in, you know, preservation. Preservation is very important if you understand what you're looking at. It can give you a lot of insight. A lot of insight. Thanks, guys. I didn't hear nobody. I mean, I heard some good questions. But then there don't never be enough constructive questions. It's always got a little touch of something wrong with it, the question. You know what I mean? Need more logical questions. Like, you know, I think somebody calling Mayday earsucker got it for the night for me. That one was a good one. Man, I would like to know the person who told you that shit. Because you know he playing you, right, cuz? He wants you to believe that he is the one. You know what I'm saying? I would love to be in the room with you with that question. Earsucker.
First of all, have you ever seen the dog? 'Cause if you seen him, that would be the furthest thing from your mind, I would think.
That's what I was laughing about. I want to know who said it. Look, man, bro, you should have. He played on you, cuz. Tell you some shit like that. Got you asking questions like that. Well, you need to go back and ask him a couple questions. Man, how you know May was the ear sucker? Who told you that shit? Because you ain't never seen the dog go. Then you shouldn't even said that shit. I asked that question, that nigga down there talked the whole half an hour about that question.
Well, it's
Yeah,
easy.
a couple questions there. He had more questions than the question I had. You know what I'm saying? He was asking more questions about where I got it from. Nigga, I got it from you, nigga. What the hell you telling me some shit like that for, nigga? No, you think I'm green and don't know, nigga, I found out. You full of shit, okay? You ever seen the dog go? You on that herd shit? Oh, okay. What you feeding? What you feeding? Let's talk about your shit now. You got any ear suckers over there? What's up with your shit? Always trying to sound like they know everything.
Hey, Mo,
Yes, sir.
before I get out of here, I want to read the description of tonight's show. And I want you, and I say that because I think you covered everything, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? But I try to use a description to sum up something that is practically something that can help you. It's easy to look at a pedigree paper and see legendary names. But what do you actually see when you look at your own yard? See, Mo breaks down the hardest skill in dog breeding: objective self-assessment. Keep saying it. Objective self-assessment. You're the breeder. I mean, how many times does he have to keep saying that? Tonight we stripping away the bloodline hype, the name dropping, the Kennel Pride, to talk about what it really takes to critique your own dogs before planning for competition. Which takes me back to the paper versus the proof. Paper still ain't mean shit if you didn't have some proof to stand on. And I think you did a great job of that, bro.
Thank you.
And we've been doing, and it all the shows prior and all the way down from the Crow stuff, we keep reiterating that because it is so important as preserving the breeds, because so many bloodlines disappeared due to the lack of understanding what actually made the history, as far as our time. Because this is what it looked like. This is what it was. Yeah, it's important to be true to yourself and don't accept no flaws. If you see it and you know it's there, accept it for what it is. And you got to deal with it. Some people look beyond that and they take bullshit, and that just can create more bullshit. Just because the paper looked like that didn't mean shit. And still turn out to be some bullshit, because now you're taking two bullshit ass dogs with great papers that ain't done shit. And tell me how much of that kind of shit you see, Mo.
Like I said, you see that list.
Yeah. Ain't much on it for it to be as big as the game was, is it?
I mean, total 110 dogs. Somewhere close to that. Yep. 40 females and 76 males.
And you add up the matches from 1990 up until 2002, to total matches that your journal recorded over that time period. It was thousands. Thousands. couple thousand.
Yeah.
And all we can come up with 78 males,
Yep, 76.
76 males. How many females?
40.
40.
Yeah, 40 on the dot. And
You
5
sit-
champion bitches.
Yeah, but then you sit there and look at the list, and this looking at the list covers everything, because there's not too many names on that list that you shouldn't know if you in the dog game.
Exactly. That was the whole point I was trying to make because of the show. You know, I like I said, I felt like I threw everybody on this loop when I was like, when y'all were talking about, you know, that question about, you know, following, you know,
The
copying the copy move. And then, but your copy ain't turning out like the you know, the dog, you know what I'm saying? That you're
Right.
copying off of, the breeding and shit, right?
Right.
And I made myself clear. You want top level shit, then you have to accept your failures. And that's a failure. But you couldn't do that. You better get another bitch, or try another dog, or try another way. It's still your failure. You're the breeder. You are the breeder. You can
Fix
copy
that
the
shit.
shit, but if you ain't copying it right, and you trying to hang on to something you know ain't right, and you keep trying to make it right, and you don't get it, don't go bashing them. And, well, I can say, yeah, you can bash them. I didn't get shit out of that shit when I try to cross it out. Well, that's your failure. Not the dog you were trying to copy. Because you didn't get the same results that he got, then that means you was on something else. Definitely wasn't on what he was doing, not exactly, and understanding what he was doing to make it work. Somewhere in there you missed. Or you just was using the wrong dog.
You still missed.
Yeah, the papers ain't gonna mean shit. If the dog can't fit it and do what you want it to do it down how that dog is bred. It ain't gonna happen. You know? Now, you might get away with preserving it and might work for you later on down the line if you keep it tight. You know, in the end, they be talking about your shit. That ear sucking shit.
Oh, stop, man.
Ain't getting us nowhere. What is this dude, man? I thought I was getting ready to get something. This shit ain't shit. Because that's exactly what failure looks like. When you just can't get there. And I am so glad that I'm an observative person and I am not dumb. I wanted to get there that bad that I was willing to do what they were doing, whether you like it or think it's not. You know, and again, somebody did speak on the Patrick Mayday move. It was just the fact that if you seen the 2 dogs that I saw, plain and simple, that's all it was. I had a chance to meet the camps. And what was inside them camps, I wanted to have. I wanted to be doing what they was doing. So yes, I followed the lead. Now, if, you know, like I said with the Mayday Cross, y'all know how that story goes. Yeah, I might have been the first, but it was only through me seeing the dogs and not the owners. Wasn't paying attention to the owners in their feud. I was paying attention to the possibilities of what I seen. Of being able to do that and because they both bad motherfuckers. I can tell you why they don't like each other, because they down there got the same dog. They got yellow dogs and patchy dogs, both of them. Both of them got dogs off of yellow. Both of them. Both of them got shit off of Patrick's tater. Both of them. And both of them were some bad motherfuckers. While they arguing, I'm looking at the work. And then I'm looking at the pedigree of the work. and said, if I can throw some red aces on this shit here, we gonna have some shit. This shit, this motherfucker got just all M, and then we got all them all M's and red ace. I'm supposed to get something. Ain't that what I said, Mike?
Yep.
I said, too much all M in this shit, man. This one right here is supposed to throw something. Not only did I say it with Brat, I said it with Baby in them. We supposed to get something out of this. And between them two breeding, they might have came up with Macho Buck and all them, but the original move, even with Mayday going to Blondie, they did not produce what that first breeding did. The registered mare, Baby, and Buck Rogers. Not much to speak on, but when they did it straight to Blondie and Mayday, they didn't even do that much. Just letting you know. Definitely took off and made a line of dogs, but those came later. When we start adding 357 to that shit. Nothing prior. I rest my case.
All right, man. I'm gonna let you leave. I'm gonna let you rest your case, and I'm gonna say, fellas, before we get up out of here, don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done so. But for those who are still out there hanging out with me, it don't take much. It don't take a whole lot. I just need you to just show me some little bit of love. It don't cost you nothing. Give me some damn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles. 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 Hey, for the history of the game, let it be known. Give me them damn roses.
Not the roses.
Roses.
Not the roses.
We
We
need
need them
damn
damn
roses.
roses. Let it be known. Just put your
Come
finger
on,
on there.
man.
Just hold it. Hold it. Hold it. There you go. Hold it.
If you hear me, man, show me some love. Because the proof will set you free. Don't come without no receipts. Look at your yard. Look at your yard, man. Self-evaluation. Don't accept the flaws. If it don't look right and you don't put your time in it, move on. Don't try to make it fit when it ain't gonna fit. Accept the responsibility of your failures.
Period. Nothing wrong with that. We don't know. It's all a guess. It's all a gamble. It's all a hope anyway. But you want to get more sure, dig in a little closer, look in a little deeper. Follow what's already there. If you've been paying attention, it all has a formula. Know your formula. Look at your blueprint. Know your blueprint. Be true to it. And the only way you can be true to it, you got to know it. That's all.
Well, bro, I gotta give it to you, man. It's a great example of what it looks like when you know it. That's me giving my shout out to you, because I don't know shit. I don't have to with a motherfucker like you. Hold on, don't talk that shit. Hold on. Hey, Mo. Look, this is what's happening over here. Because history speaks for itself. And when you know it, you can't go back there and change nothing. People are always going to have their opinions. But at least with opinions, I let her have that conversation, and opinions where opinions matter. And opinions matter when you got two people who have done and have the accolades and the time that when they have conversations about shit, at least they talking about some shit that's worth talking about. And then most of the time, you don't see two real good dog men who had dogs having them type of conversations. Because back in the day, when you used to have them conversations, that you matching dogs. And when it's all said and done, we gonna know. You might get mad because I whipped your ass. You might try to come back 3-4 times because you're trying to get that get back. So there was a whole lot of that shit going on back in the day. Talk that shit, you got rivalries. I think the Abrahams and McNasty was a great rivalry. You know, two hometown boys ride with each other, but at home, we getting it in. Two great kennels.
True Color was another one who used to do it. He stalked
another one. Stalk. He used to stalk both of them. So that's just a part of the game. But then these men still knew what the good dogs look like because history gonna show you. True Colors had great dogs. Abraham's got great dogs. McNasty had great dogs, and many more. But we was just around for their feuds. We were around for they arguments that led to let's get that weight and make it happen, Cap. But these are different times, fellas. We just remember we in the past. Good dogs gonna always be good dogs based on the work you put into them. Reevaluate your yard and be true to yourself. Do you really have what it takes? Can you sit back and say mine looks exactly like that? No, all I got to do is prove the fact that they are exactly what they say they are. And ride with it. Ride with it. Because you know if it works, you're going to keep riding with it because that's what we all did. So until Tuesday, man, y'all know, till Tuesday. And I know as corny as it might sound, but it is a damn truth. You can achieve a whole lot with these dogs if you truly believe you can. But one thing you better have in your heart that you always.
Yes, sir.
You need to, damn it, you need to always.
Always.
Damn it, scratch
the wind. Always scratch the wind.
And that don't take a whole lot of mouth. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Better know my head, but don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them pitbulls. See the proof and how to give from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it, be about it. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them pitbulls. See the proof and how to give from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it, be about it. Most wanted kennels in the spotlight, danger alert, come with the name. Super kennels competition, all built for the fame. Work kennels was the work and work, while Cherokee kept the game strong. Evolution built a bloodline, where the heart come from. These dogs ain't hype, they the truth in the pit. Every pedigree stamp, when them paws hit the street. Ain't no fairy tales, this that real y'all grit. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the pit bull script. Shout the brothers with the backbone thick. Veer brothers, color brothers, Bishop brothers legit. They don't talk about it, they be about it every day. Put the work in and y'all let the results say. Them boys on the rise, yeah, the circle stay tight. Plow boys, wall boys, Havana boys in the fight. Different flags, same ground, same fire, same spit. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the litmus test.
Legend of doom behind set tone. Loctite, locked in, carved in stone. Church boys hold it with the pit bull gauge. Fruit colors on man, Sean B in the maze. Arsenal game deal, but your knife stay sharp. Only in America, walk them down Ram in the dark. DSK and Mad Ohio dog pound bite hard when they hit. Praise to the men who rock this shit.
Don't talk about it, be about it.
Yeah, they live it.
Fat boy the legend, Bill Buster, real strong, Southern Bulldog, keep the bloodline long. Latin force pressure, sniper don't miss. Shaded day, shaded with a killer instinct. Twist, super night power, unit whole rank. Boot camp, click hitting like a Sherman tank. Little fine with the vision. Tennessee dog pound, got their eyes on the pit. All legendary, really the shit. Don't talk about it, be about it.
Yeah, they built it brick by brick.
Talk about it. Yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it. Yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it.
Don't
Don't talk about it, be about it.
Don't talk about it.
That's the yard law, from the pubs to the legends, everybody stand tall. Every name on this track got a story that's lit. Don't talk about it, be about it, bomb, bomb, bomb.
Every name on this track got a story that's lit.
Don't talk about it, be about it.
Call this some legendary pit bullshit, 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 pit bullshit.
We in the trenches, feel that hunger in the air.
Yeah. Welcome to the yard. If you're tough, you can stare. Yeah, welcome to the yard. Where the chain spots shine, bloodlines run deep, every pedigree's prime. The game APBT, worldwide pride. You come correct, or stay the hell outside, legacy made. We grind, we hustle, twin bosses, Mo and Mike locked in the scuffle. Yeah, we run the yard, iron fists and grit. When the sun comes up, no, we never gon' quit. Udo and Devo, legends carved in stone. Patrick Bolio made the yard they home. Tanned and yellow, they whisper through the trees. Echoes of greatness, feel that legacy breeze. Going hard, going hard. Yeah, we run this yard, nothing but the best. We don't play it soft, bloodline stack heavy, 52 waist strong in this dog-eat-dog world. We know where we belong, the yard where greatness prevails. Pressure creates knowledge and hard work. It's how history bakes, all on the fucking deal. Pressure creates knowledge and hard work. It's how history bakes. Tails in the dirt, every chain spot turn, lessons learned hard. Like the scars we earn, no shortcuts taken. Champions ain't bought, just blood and sweat. This legacy taught from Mayday to Ace, Buck to Jeep. Every warrior counts, we ain't losing no sleep. Heat like a furnace, knowledge is the key. In the yard we trust, we got the pedigree. Feel the intensity, blaze in the fight. In the shadows of the yard, we rewrite the night. From the ring to the chain, we like kings cut out. Mo and Mike, every victory's what we shout. Going hard, going hard. Yeah, we run this yard, nothing but the best. We don't play it all, bloodline stacked heavy, 52 waist strong in this dog-eat-dog world. We know where we belong, the yard in the dirt. Yeah, knowledge and hard work. It's how history made y'all in the dirt. Yeah, knowledge and hard work. It's how history baked. Yeah. Legacy in the dirt. Yeah. To that fame. The game APBT. Remember the name. So step back. If you can't handle the heat, the yard's going hard. Put the game on repeat. It's Mo and Mike. The kings in this game. Going hard. Kennels forever ain't the same, nigga.